I believe we're ready to begin. I want to say first thanks to all of our members, Oversight Committee members especially, for being here today. We are thankful for your work and your service as usual, and we're thankful to be here and to be on this team. So we'll call the meeting to order. It's 10:02 a.m. We'll ask the Secretary, Ms. Mitchell, to take attendance.
Mr. Angelou? Mr. Geiswright?
Here.
Mr. Guerin?
Here.
Mr. Holmes?
Here.
Mr. Montgomery?
Here.
Dr. Mulrow?
Here.
Dr. Rice?
Here.
Dr. Rosenfeld? Dr. Rosenfeld has notified CPRIT that he is unable to attend the meeting.
All right, thank you. Chair will entertain a motion, if we could, to approve an excused absence for Dr. Rosenfeld. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Members, the draft minutes from the May 21st, 2014 Oversight Committee meetings are available in your agenda packet behind tab 1. Are there any corrections to the material as circulated? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes from May 21st, please?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. First agenda item is the public comment. Public comment is critically important, as we know, particularly at a time when we're working on the prioritization and initiatives for CPRIT. And I don't know if we have any public comment requests. Are there any? Thank you. So there's no public comment requests. We'll move on. Chair recognizes Mr. Roberts to provide a chief executive report. Should be corresponding to tab 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Wayne Roberts. I am the Chief Executive Officer of CPRIT. I'm happy to introduce several new staff members today. First, we've got Kathy Allen. If you wave or stand up, Kathy Allen, she's a grant specialist. David Escamilla, he too is a grant specialist. And Mark McCollum, grant specialist. And in addition to that, I think we've got Freddie Ruiz, our new grant accountant. I am very happy to have these people on board. They've actually came on board immediately after the last meeting. I was able to announce that we had hired them, but I will be referring to the fine work they've been doing in just a couple of minutes. The next item I want to cover is the new dashboard has been updated with a couple of new items on it. But the thing that I would like to call your attention to, it's about the third, fourth, fifth, sixth item down, revenue sharing payments received. We have received a settlement with Visual A's. Visual A's wanted out of their contract. I believe that they're being acquired by another group. So they have repaid us the amount of money that we had provided them through their award up to that point in time, along with interest. So we did receive a check for right at about $1.2 million, which has been deposited into the state treasury. So, go ahead.
I would add, they had also been paying us royalties up to this point, so they got credit for the royalties that they had paid. So I believe that the total amount that they paid to CPRIT was, I think that was about $2.1 million.
$2,053,000.
And their award amount, well, the amount that CPRIT had expended up to this point was about $1.4 million.
The next item I'd like to discuss briefly is the facilities update. As soon as this meeting is over, we are all going to be rushing back to the office, and there will be moving boxes available to us. You are more than welcome to come back. I think Dr. Rice, with his back, would really enjoy helping us. But we've got to be out of the space by, I think it's noon on Friday, so we will be very busy. The items will be moved over the weekend. We will show up at our new digs on Monday. It's the Wells Fargo building, just a couple of blocks over here on 15th Street. and we will begin unpacking Monday morning and hopefully be fully operational or very close on Tuesday, because that's going to be a busy week. I would like to single out the work of a couple of staff members. Terry Simeon and her staff with respect to IT. Lisa Nelson, our office manager, also have been working on the transition. IT is a big transition item to deal with, and these people not only kept us on schedule for the move, but they were also had to assist in preparing the materials with this meeting today. So, you know, my hat's off to those folks, and want to recognize them for their good effort. With respect to legislative activities, I'm going to start with the meeting next month with the Select Committee on Economic Development Incentives over in Houston. We've been invited to provide a 10-minute overview of our activities focusing on economic development incentives and how they will benefit Texas. That, of course, is going to be largely focused on the product development program. Since these books were printed, I've learned that the meeting will actually begin at 10 a.m. and it will be on the University of Houston campus. Last week on Thursday, we provided a report to the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services, which was a largely another 10-minute overview. The materials that we distributed at that committee have been placed at your seats. And these materials will vary for each committee that we testify in front of, but the core material I intend to leave the same. We'll, of course, orient them to any unique items that the committee wishes to have us talk about. But I encourage you to take those books with you and look through them. It was my intention to provide material in the supplemental book that is of interest, not necessarily that I would talk about at each meeting, but they address topics that could come up during a committee hearing, and I will be curious as to what kind of feedback I get from y'all and from the legislature. But there was a fair amount of staff thought went into preparing that. You never know what to expect when you go in front of a legislative committee, so it helps to try and cover as much in advance as you can. At that meeting, and there was really no twist, we had met with the new chair of the committee a couple of days before, Senator Schwartner, and he told us generally what he wanted us to cover. But Senator Nelson asked me if I was satisfied with where we are now with respect to the necessary tools to manage the agency. What she meant was statutory clarification or direction that the ledge needs to provide, but I initially interpreted her as asking where we are with respect to implementing Senate Bill 149 and the state auditor's report. I think I may have done this because several implementation issues have been on my mind quite a lot since we met last, in particular the implementation of our compliance program. And I'll tell you, and I wasn't quite this direct at the committee, but I'm not satisfied with where we are right now with respect to compliance. However, I am encouraged by recent developments and some of the metrics indicating progress. Getting good measures on reporting status is a positive on which we can act. Getting those measures has been difficult for several reasons, some of which I think David may explain in his report. But another factor concerns overall agency staffing. Key and new positions were kept vacant from the end of May through November 2013 until I was permanently retained. Since then, we've moved deliberately in filling positions. We've had some routine turnover in the process, which has also been addressed. However, I do sense that when we attain our full complement of 32 FTEs, we may not be adequately staffed to reach the compliance standards you and I expect. Potential staffing needs will be part of the discussion concerning the compliance program design report we will work on with the audit subcommittee. When Billy Hamilton and I arrived in late December 2012, the first thing that caught our attention was that only 3 staff were reviewing expenditure reimbursement requests and other administrative reports required of nearly 500 grantees.
Mr. Robert, can we just clarify, just for the members, that you're not talking about the award application process or review process, but you're talking about compliance, which is a post-award construct. Just want to clarify. Thank you.
That is correct. I am very happy with the peer review process. I'll just leave it at that. I cannot imagine anything better than we've got. Of those 3 employees, 2 of them were contract employees. This observation became the basis for my request for 8 new people for compliance and to add redundancy in some areas to mitigate enterprise risks. To put that staffing level in perspective, CPRIT has more than 500 active awards. Each project must file at least 12 reports yearly. This means we get more than 6,400 required reports each year. Of those, 2,100 are financial status reports. As of today, nearly at the end of fiscal year 2014, our administrative expenses are low, 4.4% for program operations and 1.5% for indirect administration, a total of 5.9% for overhead. Although low overhead is a laudable goal, overhead that is too low, in my opinion, can put the enterprise at risk. As will be discussed at several points today, last Friday we received the Weaver and Tidwell report on a possible approach to enhancing our existing compliance program. I and other staff members have not had sufficient time to evaluate the Weaver proposal for a meaningful discussion today of its merits and possible shortcomings. It is and always has been my intention to operate a strong compliance program, second to none. However, as previously reported, I believe that the best compliance program is one in which no compliance issues develop into reportable problems. To me, this means that the compliance staff, and everyone associated with CPRIT for that matter, work with grantees to make sure they understand our requirements, identify issues before they become compliance problems, and operate as partners with our grantees instead of an I gotcha approach. No one is served if CPRIT rejects funding reimbursements for a grantee in such a way that thwarts a research or prevention project. Doing so for any reason other than fraud, waste, and abuse will be considered a shortcoming on CPRIT's part. Since I reported to you in May, Heidi McConnell, our Chief Operating Officer, who you will hear from shortly, restructured the Financial Status Report, or FSR, review process and added more grant accountants. 2 of those were introduced to you at the last meeting and 1 today. Previously, 1 person was responsible for final approval of all reports. This person worked with grant accountants, but this process created a backlog of reports, especially since the moratorium was lifted. After restructuring, each grant recipient is permanently assigned to one of 3 grant accountants. Each accountant is responsible for reviewing and processing the reports submitted by their assigned entities. Every report receives a second review by someone other than the person who did the first review. This restructuring and additional staffing spread out workloads and eliminated the bottleneck from the previous single approver process. We have early indications that this restructuring is working. In May, CPRIT's processing time for an FSR was 66 days. By early August, our processing time was down to 14 days, and some are processed within 24 hours. We are more responsive to grantees with this new system. We are answering questions and reaching out to grantees that have issues with pending reports. For the month of June, CPRIT issued 156 grant vouchers totaling $10.4 million. During roughly the same period, between mid-July through mid-August, we issued 312 vouchers totaling $33.1 million. We doubled the number of vouchers and tripled the amount of reimbursements issued. Another major development since May was the hiring of the 3 new grant specialists and the grant accountant introduced to you a few minutes ago, and repositioning Sandra Balderrama as the grant specialist manager. Even as new employees, they are now critical to our operations. I'll tell you about 2 of their projects. At the last meeting, David and I stated that we did not know the actual number of delinquent reports. We now know that as of last week, there were 180 delinquent FSRs. As of yesterday, that number was down to 157. This is the direct result of the grant specialist opening every active grant to determine the number of delinquent FSRs. 60 grant projects at 11 entities are at least 1 FSR behind. Some are more. Determining these numbers was part of a month-long effort to open every file for every award CPRIT has ever given. The grant specialist identified reports that were missing in the electronic system, located hard copies in our files or computer drives, and reported that information to our third-party grant management system. The second project undertaken by the grant specialist and the grant accountants is to reduce the number of delinquent FSRs. In this regard, staff is working with the grantees individually to notify them of delinquent reports and assist in preparation of them. In early August, the number of delinquent reports was 535. After staff undertook the intensive communication outreach, the number of late reports dropped to 387 in 1 week. I believe that this summary indicates that staff takes compliance seriously and is aggressively addressing non-compliance issues. Additional steps will be taken and further enhancements to the compliance program will be discussed with the audit subcommittee and then the full oversight committee. I'll conclude by reaffirming that our role at CPRIT is to fund and facilitate world-class projects and address our mission to mitigate cancer in our lifetimes. This must be done transparently, accountably, and with strict documentation to measure that accountability. I'll stop there and try and answer any questions you folks may have.
Any questions? I was just going to point out for clarity that, you know, if an institution for one reason or another gets 1 or 2 or 3 of these financial reports, FSRs, if they get behind on those, the process is that they can only catch up one at a time, so they can't send in, you know, all 3 or something, or have some kind of a unified. So they have to cycle each time. That's our internal rules for now. And you can see that if there was a 66-day turnaround time and you were 3 of those behind, that by definition puts you 6 months or whatever the right math is, 6 months till you can get caught up because of our system. So now our system's in a 12 or 14-day turnaround cycle, and that can be done much more efficiently. And so we've made, you know, a very large improvement in that system, and that's kind of part of the reason why some of these numbers seem are large, I think, is that we've encumbered the process to, you know, and result in that. Anyway, so
well,
it's great progress.
We've got more to do, and we got to get that non-compliance down to 0, because I said, as you know, at a certain point in time, if they're delinquent, they may not get reimbursed, and I really don't want to do that. We're, again, in communication with the grant institutions, and I am committed that before we have to cut off the spigot on somebody, I will be making some personal phone calls to institutional heads to warn them, and we will make every effort we can to avoid doing that.
So we have 157 outstanding, as we know today, of the, is that FSRs or all? That's FSRs.
It's FSRs.
So that's right. And you expect to have significant improvements in the coming weeks and months, again, because of different phone calls and other kinds of interventions you're going to be making personally.
Yeah,
right?
I'm more than I hope so.
Is it realistic to expect a 0 policy, or is there some delinquency that just you can't ever, it's like background noise, you can't ever get rid of it?
My instinct is to say there probably is some kind of what I'd call a structural delinquency rate. I don't know what that is, but I think that given the quality of institutions that we've got and those that I know are the institutions that are delinquent, that my goal is to get it to zero.
Yeah. Is it possible to say, to generalize in any way about the reasons for delinquency? In other words, maybe the form is too complicated. They don't have the right staff. They weren't paying attention. Can you generalize at all about delinquencies?
I think there's several reasons. Kristen or David may want to, get into the specifics of it.
I think that they would say all of the above, maybe not that the form's too complicated, but, since we're a state agency and we request those FSRs quarterly, I don't think universities who are getting federal money report that information as frequently, and that's a difference between state and federal. We ask for a lot of backup information, and so typically you can get a report in, but they might not have provided all of the backup information that we need to see in order to approve, so that can contribute to some of the time. Restructuring the process has allowed the grant accountants, when they're missing some backup data, rather than disapproving it, sending it back, putting it to the bottom of the pile, they can reach out and say, hey, I've got it in front of me. I need to see this, this, and this. Can you get it to me within 24 hours, 48? And they'll get it in. I think you had asked a couple questions in terms of, delinquency. Is it realistic to get it to zero? The rule that we have in place that will be effective for the first time that we'll be looking at waiving reimbursement will be for the FSRs that are due by November 29th. We actually have a 30-day grace period. So even though they are delinquent, they have a 30-day grace period before we then will put in zeros for that reimbursement and waive it. For other reports, they may be late, but we have other consequences for it. You aren't eligible to receive an award from CPRIT. You may not be able to get your reimbursements, things like that. So we'll still see people who are delinquent on reports. This just gives us more tools in our toolbox. Up to this point under our contract, you either filed your reports on time or we could cancel your contract. And that just wasn't a lot.
Right.
And, it kind of forced us more on the end of, we don't want to cancel the contract. They're doing good work. They just need to get this damn report in. And, now we can say, okay, you need to get this in. If you don't get this in, nobody else at your institution can receive an award from us. Then you get things in a lot faster.
Is an incomplete report counted as delinquent? In other words, if they're just missing a couple of pieces of information?
No, if they submit it to us before the deadline, even if we need to have them come back and add more information, or they haven't, submitted some required piece of information, we're not counting it as delinquent.
So if it shows up as delinquent, it means nothing got filed.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing that I meant to add, in addition to the grace period on the FSRs, they can also request to defer submitting the FSR until the next FSR reporting period. So instead of doing a 3-month report, they can do a 6-month report. That hopefully will only be used in kind of emergency situations, but there is that option for them also.
Okay, thank you.
And again, it's important to note that no money goes out the door until we're satisfied with the report.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I think we're operating within a culture that does not place much of a premium on punctuality when it comes to reporting. I don't know what the track record is on the reporting on their federal grants, and if those are once a year or twice a year. I think that my exposure to the grantee industry is there just is a culture that's pretty loose about timely reporting, and they always require some nudges. So I think it could be valuable to try to get within the grantee community and get a sense of how they handle federal reporting, how they handle private philanthropy reporting. I think you'll find that the system is not very rigorous, and it might be worth sitting down with some of our large regular grantees and get them to look at inside their own organizations and see what their attitude is towards reporting, instead of us just kind of trying to push the rope from the outside. I would expect that these organizations need to be reformed significantly from the inside to make this work.
Now that I've gotten more familiar with our actual process, though I'm not doing it, and I'm a firm believer the best way to understand something is to do it yourself. We've got some anecdotal comments back from the institutions, and we are complex. I believe that we require more than NCI or NIH, though I don't have specifics to back up that anecdotal comment. But it isn't that the institutions don't put an importance on the reporting. They too have FTE limitations and the number of people that they've got assigned to deal with this, albeit some of those are pretty big shops. I know that in terms of their bookkeeping processes, all of the monies are fungible by and large. And so what they'll do is put a report, it'll go into their inbox, and it'll ultimately work its way up. And in the meantime, the researcher will be paid from other funds that have all been commingled. And at the end of the day, it all comes out in the wash. That is a problem for us, given our method of finance of bonds, because we issue bonds based on the rate of reimbursements that are coming in from the institutions. And something that Heidi keeps her eye on is that cash flow, and this got noted early on this year, though Heidi was aware of it before, but you could conceivably get into a situation where we are unable to issue our full amount of $300 million for new projects, because all the $300 million has to go to pay projects from 2 or 3 years ago. I can draw you a diagram for that. You don't want to go through it now. But it's through a couple of different legal authorities that we have that bind us. And so our rules were designed, as Kristen just described them. The whole point to that waiving or losing their right for reimbursement is to put a hammer out there. We got to have you do this. And I think we'll get there. I am going to talk as the months go forward and with the actual institutional heads and gauge it. But I think that they would like to comply, but it's a numbers game for them as well. I may need more people at my end. They may need more people at their end.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is I think it's deeper than just not getting the report in on time. I think they have a system, and the point you raised about money being fungible. I don't think there's much rigor in the front end of the system that makes just filing that report at the back end very easy to do. I think you're really forcing those organizations to do something that they're really not set up to do very well. And in addition to working it on just the reporting end and the people that are filing the reports and looking at the issue of how many FTEs they have getting their reports done, might be worth talking to the heads of the organization. I think it's more of a substantive problem than just a bookkeeping problem.
I will be, and I take your perspective seriously because I know what you do in your day job. We are dealing with cultures, and one of the reasons why I sit here today is because of my experience in dealing with the cultures and institutions of higher education. I think that the importance of getting our reports in anyway, our reports, can be brought home to them.
I think so.
Losing money.
Yeah. We do have a hammer. I don't know what the NIH does when people are late with their reports, but I bet the NIH has a lot of late reports.
I think, and I don't want to cast aspersions on them because I don't know. I mean, again, I've heard anecdotally, but I do know that our reporting requirements are extremely rigorous, and our processes are complex. And they are that way because of changes in state law that restrict us to doing that. And I passed out at an early Oversight Committee meeting, an exchange in the papers between Senator Nelson and me, where email I'd sent out to the former Oversight Committees pointed out that our process was going to be a lot more cumbersome and require a lot more reporting than it had previously, and this is the price for lousing things up. This happens, and the reporter went back to Senator Nelson, and she pointed out it sure the heck is, and it beats not being in existence. And so it may be a hassle, but nobody's forcing them to apply to us, and
They're not very good at filling out simple report forms, I can tell you that, that are only due once a year.
Some of ours, Mr. Guerin, are pretty simple.
Mr. Roberts.
Some are complex, but.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman,
please,
go ahead.
yes.
But, Mr. Roberts, I just had a quick question. On the dashboard you gave us, there is a line under accountability, grantee compliance training/monitoring visits. Does that correlate with delinquent FSRs? In other words, if we were making visits, would you expect the delinquency on FSRs to go up or down?
I would expect it to go down.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, the
And,
compliance rate to go up. Yeah.
I know that David Reisman went up to one institution in the Metroplex. I think he's got another one planned at A&M. I don't know why. Heidi, you may want to address what the definition of this is, but I know David has been up on one.
Okay.
Based on David's definition, it didn't count. One of the elements of the compliance program that we at the staff level always envisioned for the new grant specialists and to some extent the grant accountants is more frequent on-site visits, webinars for the training. I do know that one of the items recommended to us in the Weaver proposal does include strong training for grantees. So we do need to do that. That's part of a good compliance program.
Okay, well, I think that the sentiment is that the Oversight Committee would probably, encourage, the team to be, I'm sorry. Dr. Moreland?
Sorry. I wanted to applaud you, Wayne, and the agency for looking into this and applaud the hiring of additional personnel. I also wanted to put forth that I think we need to have more active methods, some of which have been mentioned, which involve frequent site visits to see what's going on. I also want to better understand who is in charge of all of these issues related to compliance. Are there multiple people across the agency, or is there a particular person? Is the compliance officer responsible for all of these things that we are talking about, or is the compliance officer responsible for something else?
We have multiple people as it stands now. The grant accountants are in the fiscal operations. It's headed up by the Chief Operating Officer, Heidi McConnell. The new grant specialists, for administrative purposes, directly report to the General Counsel, Kristen Doyle, but they also share direct reporting responsibility with David Reisman, the Compliance Officer. And to this point in time, I would characterize the compliance officer as reporting what he's finding in terms of the delinquencies and the non-compliance, and it has been less of his role operationally to address the reasons for the shortcoming. That is an issue, that is a structure that is going to get discussed as a result of the Weaver report. We'll begin that discussion, if you like, with the audit subcommittee, and then it'll work its way up. But there are clear delineations between the roles, say, of an internal auditor versus a compliance officer, and there are clear delineations between operational compliance and supervisory or reporting compliance. And I think we need to do a better job of articulating those differences. Ultimately, though, even though I've got 3 of my chiefs involved with compliance, I attend the weekly compliance meetings. They meet weekly. I think the grant specialists meet daily. At least they were for a while. I don't attend all of those, but at the end of the day, I'm the one who's responsible for getting these numbers to an acceptable level.
Anybody else have a comment or question? So again, I think the sentiment is that you know, making that contact at a senior level at institutions sounds like a high value you know, activity, and you know, making it clear that we have a higher level of delinquency than we like, and we've talked about this before, so we appreciate that work, and we can get the report back. And I mean, this 157 is the number we're focused on, and I think if we were at a 1% level, if there's 2,100 FSRs a year and we had 21 delinquent, we had a 1% you know, a failure rate or a late rate, or not delinquent, but a late rate, that might be, you know, 1 or 2% might be a number that would be the background noise of people on vacation or things that got gapped, but we're at 7% or so, so probably
Yeah,
that would be the goal.
my guess, going back to your question, Mr. Montgomery, is there's probably is going to be an ongoing 1 or 2 or 3%, but they get rectified in time to prevent having their funding cut off.
Right. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Let's move on then to item 6. Chair recognizes Mr. Reisman for the Chief Compliance Officer report, and that'll be tab 3.
Thank you, Chair Rice. I feel a little bit like my thunder was stolen talking about compliance, but that's all right. I'll try not to duplicate a lot of the numbers that were mentioned before, and we'll go through this. I've asked Sandy to hand out something that might help explain better some of the FSR, why the FSR delinquency is so high, to give a kind of a picture image of that. It's easier maybe to comprehend. I was trying to summarize this. And you'll see in my report, I mentioned, and these numbers are similar to those reported at the last meeting at 36 grant projects. 36 FSRs were delinquent as of August 8th, and 5 progress reports were delinquent. But focusing, and As indicated before, that's the FSRs that are currently delinquent into our reporting system. But as the CEO mentioned before, and we noticed the number of FSRs, the total number of FSRs that are late, that are backed up, that weren't currently marked as due, but were backed up behind that was 180, and that dropped significantly last week to 157. But that raises the question, well, why is there this backup? And I put together this diagram to try to simplify it. And if you look at the diagram, it goes across the last several years. And those dotted lines going down, indicating that's the point in time of the moratorium. The moratorium was in place. So if we come past that moratorium to the moratorium was lifted and it's time to go ahead and contract out on those grants, the reason why the contract looks back to the contract effective date goes back to the prior fiscal year. And the reason for that is because during that time of the moratorium, none of those dollars appropriated to CPRIT were going out to those grantees. It was just all sitting there. So that money, that pot of money from fiscal year 2013 had to be used. So the contract's effective date were back to when that grant was awarded back in fiscal year 2013. The practical effect of that, though, was once that contract effective date was signed, and given the date of where we were in the spring when the contract was signed, as opposed to when it was effective, all those financial status reports in that interim were then automatically due at that time. So those four, for example, this contract signing date in February, for example, if that were signed, all those 4 prior quarters would have been due at that time. And then as time goes on into later in the spring, if those weren't signed, the next FSR became due. So that's how one granting entity all of a sudden had 4 or 5, sometimes even 6 FSRs due. And as I think Chair Rice indicated earlier, you can only file one financial status report at a time. That has to go through the process, be approved. Earlier on in the spring, it was at 66 days. So by the time that was approved, another one became due. And so that's where we were. I think the staffing shortage we had in the spring was alleviated somewhat with the new grant hires just in the last couple months, and we're beginning to catch up now, I think. And the grant specialists and the grant accountants have put all of their time into this, and it's having significant results. As the CEO mentioned before, it was the turnaround time for the FSR was 66 days. Now it's down to, in some cases, 24 hours. So there's not anything. The pool on our side has greatly reduced, and then the processing has become quicker. So I think we'll see these numbers come down. And then moving forward with my report, I think with compliance, one of the first objectives is to get good data and to find out what's out there that we're not seeing. Part of what happened over the last several months was an enhancement of the grant reporting system. And part of that enhancement was for these annual reports that were due to link them up with those grantees. All of these grantees, this number that under type of report due I have, and there's a total of 483, except for the FSRs and the progress reports in there. Those are all these other annual reports that are due, these other financial annual reports that are due. What happened was, when the system was enhanced and it looked back and annualized these reports, before they were all became due, they couldn't be filed until that 4th quarter FSR had to be filed. But it was determined it's better to get that information in. It's been missing so long, it's going to take them a while to get to that 4th quarter FSR, to go ahead and change the system, and change the rule to say those annual reports become due 1 year after on the anniversary date. And that anniversary date passed, the software was changed to link those annual reports that were due, and then all of a sudden we saw which ones were due. So we actually knew which reports were then past due. So they all piled up, and we had over 400 of these annual reports. They're not as time-consuming as the FSRs to complete. Some maybe just one thing. Most of them were during the moratorium, don't have any information provide in there. And so we're seeing that once these reports became due, our grantees can now see them on the screen. These are all due. They can quickly fill them out and turn them in. Our grant specialists and grant accountants have been working on that as well. Since that number, the 483, was got on August 8th, we took another report on August 15th, and that number came down to 378, 100 less in 1 week. And I expect that I expect that to keep coming down to alleviate that. So that's why those numbers are high. I just wanted to report those to the members. Since we knew that, I didn't want to not report it.
Mr. Reisman?
Come out later. Yes.
Just for clarity, I'm looking at page 2 of your report, and it says FSR, Financial Status Report, 35. So I'm trying to figure out what 35 means compared to the 150 we just mentioned. And
oh, okay. And that's, I just touched on that briefly before. The report that we get picks up the actual FSR that's delinquent, and it's the latest one, the one that's due. The ones that are behind that, it doesn't pick up. For example, it would pick up FSR number 1 here, but it wouldn't pick up FSR 2, 3, and 4.
So for clarity, is it true that of the 500 and some odd grants that are out there, maybe that are in force now, I don't know how many are in force now, each of those would have an FSR due every quarter. You're saying only 35 entities actually are in the delinquent state.
That's exactly right.
Those on average have 5 right now in the queue. Am I right? So
well,
those
are typically, and those are the grants that were within in the moratorium, affected by the moratorium, the ones that have them in the queue. And I think you're right. I think it's those ones that were in those particular grantees and grants I mean, that were in the moratorium are the ones likely to have those in the queue, so to speak. Okay. Okay. And so with the addition of the grants specialists working with the grant accountants, we are seeing the grant reimbursements have steadily increased over the months. I think I noted in my report that the number of grant reimbursements has increased. In May, that come in, that are processed, that go out, was 105 in May, went up to 156 in June, and 198 in July as we staffed up. And I think the latest number we have, August 1st through the 15th, was just in that time period was 162. So as things become more efficient with the staff, I think we'll see these numbers steadily improve. And does anyone have any questions on that? I think.
How long would you expect it to get the delinquency numbers down to an acceptable level?
I think we've seen a quick response in this last couple of weeks. Communication it was provided to all the grantees owing financial status reports, and we saw some immediate turnaround. If we continue with this trend, knocking down the reports at 100 a week, and the FSRs, it's going to take a little bit longer, the processing time a little bit longer. I think the annual reports we can get down in a month or two. The FSRs, I think we'll see. There was 156. We saw that kind of. I think it may take a little more than a couple months to get those down to 0.
By year end?
Oh yeah, by year end. I was thinking more towards October, and I want to say I'd like to have that sooner, but given the processing time of get these in, I'm just saying that to be safe. I think it would be best to have those done by October 1st if we could, and the grant specialists, grant accountants are doing a great job at that. I just want to give that date as we'll have it at 0 by then when we're just seeing these numbers move now. We're just getting the hang of it. Okay.
And I understand what these reports are. Are we talking primarily about collecting reports and that we are getting the reports? Is there any monitoring of the reports and what's in the reports?
For example, the financial status reports are kind of what they sound like. It's what they're spending. It's a detailed account of what they've spent on that grant, and they're asking for reimbursement on that. And that does require some backup documentation. So when it comes in for review, the grant accountant who first gives it the first review has to look through all it and match up the backup documentation with it. Is it fully justified, and is everything right? And that takes some time, and so that's the monitoring that goes on at the desk, and then it goes under a second review currently by one of the grant specialists to have other eyes on it to see if it was properly done. But that's and if there is something missing, something questionable, additional information is asked for from the grantee, and that takes some time to get in. So that's what's going on now.
Both collecting and monitoring that
Right.
paperwork that's
Right.
being received is correct.
Yes, that's correct. Instead of just getting the report and filing it, right, it undergoes scrutiny. Okay.
Let me add one thing. There are significant reviews in each of the 3 programs in terms of the substantive work that's being done. And that's done not only by our staff, but also through the third-party grant monitoring system. We've got SRA, and using the peer reviewers that stuff initially went through. For instance, in product development, the actual review council members, the 3 or 4 review council members, will review and critique the progress report by each of the companies as they come in. So that's done at a higher level than the grant accountants and the grant specialists.
And I guess I'm just going to extend that question a little bit to say, it sounds like there's some, checking the box kind of thing. So you sent the form in, you forgot to fill out line 32, so there's a conversation that goes on, they finish that, and they complete that, and there's some level of a qualitative review at the staff level, and then in some respects that review was really a very senior kind of review, which would be a progress review. But are there other kinds of things that require more senior staff looking to make sure that there's an acceptable trend? I'm going to pick one. Historically underutilized business report. So that comes in and somebody says what the result is. Does anybody ever summarize or decide that's lower than it should be, or we'd like to comment on that, or how does that part work?
In that particular instance, there are reports made, but it's only recently that we've tried to analyze the quality of the data, and they need to be improved qualitatively in that area. I mean, the answer to your question is we need to do more. In terms of the progress of each of the program projects, I think the best people to talk to that are the 3 program directors. But that is a definitely qualitative review that goes on by experts in the field. These reviews that are being done for the FSRs and the others do contain a qualitative component, in particular with the eligibility of the reimbursement documents for funding. But it would be more of a quantitative, but it's not pure quantitative. There's a qualitative aspect to it too.
Okay, thank you. And I think that we might have more conversation, kind of to learn more about this in the coming months.
It is important.
You've got
to
the
note.
Weaver report and other kinds of constructs that are going to be addressed in the compliance issue, and I think we'll want to hear more, because I'm interested in, revenue sharing report. We may get that, but I don't know what that exactly means, and if someone's high or low or good or bad, who's monitoring that, because those could be, sinkholes that we wouldn't want to step in or find, down some line, and we'd be interested to know kind of how that works.
Right.
And not today, but I would like to hear more about the qualitative aspect of the review, because the question is, how can you tell if a late report is just a clerical shortcoming, or does it perhaps reflect that the work that we funded hasn't happened? And when they're faced with work hasn't been done, but they got to get a report in, what's the response on the part of the institution? Do they work to make sure they have a report, or do they work to get the work done?
So we can do that. I want to again encourage the Oversight Committee members When we have these peer reviews of the applications, I think it would really benefit each one of you, if you can, to try and attend. You don't have to attend, obviously the whole week, but to attend a couple of hours of one of these. I know Mr. Montgomery has, Dr. Rosenfeld has, as I said earlier, there's no substitute for actually seeing and experiencing what's going on. I took a lot of comfort after I watched the rigor of those reviewed by very eminent experts in their field. And you may want to comment on it since you were there, but these things
I agree.
these are not just these things before they're recommended for to go on up the food chain. These things are pretty intensively.
But I think we're talking about not so
Right.
much that may be the
I
progress
understand,
report,
but these are
but these
also
other
the
7
same
classes.
people that are going to do and we will get back with you. But these are, in most instances, the people that are doing the progress report reviews, and they
Right.
have somebody who reviews it, and then they'll discuss it and critique it as a group.
But we're just mentioning that
And then
there's,
staff has to go back and report it to the
Yeah.
grantee.
Yeah. But I think the issue isn't so much on the front end. You'll have a researcher at one of these institutions working on 6 different grants. And she's working on one from NIH and one from CPRIT and one from somebody else. And how you allocate her time on those different research projects is an issue. And if you're got a report due, and you could see some internal pressure to allocate that time to the project on which the report is due, and it may or may not reflect how that person has spent her time. So I think the qualitative side is important, and it's the hardest one, and it might be more labor intensive than would be worth our time to do. But I'd just like to hear.
We will get you some.
Thanks.
Okay. And just touching on what was mentioned earlier, I did visit with Dallas, one of our very large grantees up in the Dallas area, another one in San Antonio for one of the other programs, to try to get at what are they thinking and these weren't training, but more general discussions and talking with them, talking with their staff, talking with their PIs and talking with their staff on how they process the reports, any problems that they're having, how they see us and how they're communicating with us, what we can do better, what they can do better. And I did get the sense from both of these that they're trying to reform to try to do what we want to do, and I think a lot rested with us and our communication with them, and that has improved, I think, 100% since a few months ago, and I think we're seeing that in the response from a better reporting from those grantees. We are having our training with Texas A&M in a few weeks at College Station. So we're going to be, now that hopefully I know our grant specialist, grant accountant, a lot of their time is spent working on these delinquent reports, and we had wanted to get out in the field earlier than this, but we're going to start visiting more of the institutions for trainings and general discussions more in the near future. On to the next item I wanted to just briefly mention, as talked before, but Weaver, the consultant hired by CPRIT to provide a compliance program design recommendations, did provide their final report on Friday, and as the CEO mentioned earlier, that report will be provided to the OC Audit Subcommittee for further consideration in the near future. I did have the opportunity to meet with Chair Rice a few weeks ago. We talked about ethics training. Recently, we did train the staff on that, had a good in-house staff ethics training, as well as an online part ethics training that we had. So they are very fully ethics oriented right now. And I talked to the staff. The Oversight Committee is required periodically to have some ethics training, and I think one of the recommendations was to have 30-minute ethics trainings be a couple times a year before Oversight Committee meetings, and I think it indicated, Chair, I'd bring that up today to see if the Oversight Committee was willing to do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Very good.
Any other discussion on that? Is that your final item?
I just wanted to make a note. One of these are 3 different ethics forms that require annual ethics forms that are required to be signed, and I just thought it'd be most convenient to provide these with you. If you could sign them and leave those with us before you leave today, that would help me out a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll confer, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Please make sure that you give them to Cameron
Okay.
Eckel. Cameron,
Okay.
raise your hand. Yes, thank you.
And let's, we'll confer with the group to talk about the idea of those 30-minute session.
Okay.
It might be that you could maybe think about doing it for all of our meetings. We might have
Okay.
4 or maybe 5, and then each of us could attend it twice,
Very
you
good.
know, when
Okay.
it works and best in a schedule. We wouldn't have to sort of necessarily try to massively coordinate everybody at once, and we would just impose upon you for that 30 minutes before each of these meetings. Just
Very
an
good.
idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll proceed on now to item 70 of the agenda, which is Chair recognizes Ms. McConnell to present the Chief Operating Officer's report, and that'd be tab 4.
Good morning, members. So as Chair Rice said, tab 4 is the financial overview for quarter 3 of fiscal year 2014. CPRIT has expended or obligated approximately $193.2 million between agency operating expenditures and grant award encumbrances through the end of May. Out of that, about $8.1 million was expended for operations between grant review and award operations and the indirect cost strategies that we have. The remaining amount was for the obligations that you've made in grant awards through your meeting in May. With respect to the debt issuance, we have issued another $60.3 million in June. And this was our final issuance for the year. That brought our total commercial paper notes issued to $162.5 million. And I'll draw your attention to the fact in the dashboard metric, the grant reimbursements that were processed through the entire year were $141.3 million. So there is actually a correlation between what we're issuing now and what we're processing. Obviously, the remainder between the 162.5 and 141 is for operating costs and the transfer to the Texas Cancer Registry. So given the discussion earlier about the fact that, you know, we need our grantees to expend their funds so that we can issue our money and expend it as well, is very important. The other thing I'll point out is that the Texas Public Finance Authority did fix out $261.2 million of issued commercial paper notes into long-term general obligation bonds. They do this periodically when they deem it best, and they were fixing out a large amount of state debt at that time. So we're on track also, I think, with the approval of our $300 million for FY15 to start issuing again for at the beginning of September. Are there any questions?
I'll just have one question. I'm looking at the second page of your tab on the table, and the second line registered as 4,000 down at the bottom. And I wondered,
Correct.
It says 2014 appropriated 261 million, and then budgeted 252. So I just wondered what that $9 million difference was, if that's off the top of your head.
Those are adjustments that we have been authorized to make by the LBB. We had to transfer money from that line item up to our operations to cover all the operating expenses. And we
Was that in part, for instance, like SRA had a different new contract? Or things like
correct.
that? Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And actually, you will see this, since this was for the third quarter, we did have additional approvals in June from the LBB, both for our moving costs and then for our for the additional contract with SRA, those costs that will be reflected in this fourth quarter. So you'll see that line go down a little bit more,
Gotcha.
and then the adjustment be up in the indirect and grant award and operation strategies.
Thank you. Mr. Montgomery?
On that same table, there's a column that's empty called percent of total budget.
Yes.
Why is it empty?
Well, it actually only calculates down at the bottom.
Got it.
Yes.
Okay. You know, this is a minor question, but when you say commercial paper was fixed out, Does that mean converted into GO bonds?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions of Ms. O'Connell? Ms. McConnell? All right, thank you. We're going to keep moving here. We're an hour and 5 minutes into the meeting. We'll take a break in a little while, but for now, let's keep going. Item 8 is the Chief Prevention and Communication Officer Report, tab 5. Chair recognizes Dr. Garcia. Good morning.
Good morning. So under tab 5, I will report on some of the key activities in the communications area that we have accomplished. That's, of course, with the support of Hahn Public Communications. So just in the memo, we summarized some of the coverage that CPRIT received over the last quarter. We know you get these daily updates, but there's a lot of information to read through. So we just provided a few of the key articles. You might want to look at those. And some of those articles did result from interviews that we were able to schedule for staff. So in addition to media channels, of course, we use our own communications channels. We announced the May Awards to local, regional, and national media. We also announced the release of new funding opportunities when those were ready. And then importantly, when CPRIT completed the implementation of the state auditor's report, we assisted with the announcement of that very important milestone to the legislature. So we've also been working on the development of a new logo and standard design templates, and I think you'll see this new look in the materials that you have today in your book and some of the memos and some of the slides that you'll see. So we are trying to roll out that new logo. We're not quite done yet. We still need to roll it out to our website and some other places, but we've made some good progress, and I hope everyone likes the new look. We're also working on the development of some key messages and, of course, using these to effectively communicate the great work that CPRIT's doing and our grantees are doing. So that's an ongoing effort with the support of Hahn Public Communications to really collect more and more of these stories. We have a good bank of stories, but we do need to organize them and look at ways to effectively communicate those. So that is an ongoing project and assignment that I'm happy we're going to be able to spend more time focusing on. Also, under the communications umbrella is the conference planning. We did release an RFP for hotel venues. We released that August 13th, and we should get their proposals back in September 30th. Once we get those proposals in, we'll refine the budget based on what we're seeing in the proposals. We will submit our recommendations to the audit subcommittee and then hopefully make a decision for date and venue for a 2015 conference. And then just last point, in other activity, we were contacted by the Texas PBS folks, and we're exploring options with them for participating in some manner in the release of a new documentary, new Ken Burns documentary, focused on the book, The Emperor of All Maladies. If you're not familiar with this book, it was published a couple of years ago, won the Pulitzer Prize. It's a very good, very interesting read, covers the history of the cancer effort and up until the present day. So Ken Burns is doing a documentary on that, and we'll see if there's some way we can participate. Of course, we have some limitations in terms of the kinds of funds that we can expend on this kind of activity, so we'll keep you posted and let you know what happens. With that, I'll take questions on the communications efforts.
Is it worth it for us to, Hahn Communications collects stories? When something comes in, they collect it, and we have a repository. Is it worth it to think about someone who is out actively getting our name into publications? You see what I mean? I mean, we are waiting for opportunities to tell the story. People come to us. Is it worth it to think about having someone who goes out actively and says, look, we have a really good message here, and you need to publish it?
To different publications. Yes, and that's all part of the strategy. I mean, you look at your own channels and what you can do to get your own message out through your communications channels, but then you also try and place stories. And those, as you know, are a little bit harder to get people to tell good stories. They like to tell the bad stories. But yes, that's definitely one of the standard strategies. And we do have contacts and relationships with some of the major magazines like Science and Nature, and when they are looking for cancer stories, they will often come to us and say, what can you contribute to this story? So it's all part of making sure that we maintain that network of relationships with other outlets. So.
Any other questions? All right, then we'll proceed then to the next item, and that'll be with Dr. Garcia and Mr. Roberts to take up the Chief Prevention and Communications Officer report of Program Priorities Project.
So under tab 6, just a very brief update, summary of what we have done in the program's priority project. I want to thank you all for participating in July. Those subcommittee meetings, I think we had some very good substantive discussions where we really began discussion of the process for establishing some priorities, program priorities. Robert Mittman led that discussion, and the July meetings, you know, we really focused on the within programs priorities and guidelines for making grant decisions. We started also discussing ideas and guidelines for across program priorities, but that discussion continued. August 15th, we had a call with the subcommittee chairs to really delve into the across program guidelines for decision making when we're looking at making grants. And so that conversation continued there. We had a very good discussion with Robert Mittman, the chairs, the program officers, and Mr. Roberts. And so the work that we've done so far is really setting the agenda for the September meeting. We're working on that agenda right now and going to prepare some background materials we hope to get out to you next week. The agenda that we're looking at is probably 9 to 3 for a pretty full day discussion, and that agenda will also include an opportunity for public comment. We have invited the University Advisory Committee to provide comment. We're also inviting the Childhood Advisory Committee to provide comment, and then the general public, anyone who wants to sign up. We did receive a paper from the University Advisory Committee that we will be routing to you with all these other background materials. So after September 3rd, we'll prepare a draft that comes out of that meeting. That draft will also be available for public comment. Public comment will probably be received through our website. There'll be a comment period. We'll collate those responses, that input, and then try and have a final draft for you for the November meeting.
Questions?
What's in that document?
In which document?
The document that gets compiled after the September 3rd meeting. What's the goal to come out with? You know, this piece of paper says X,
This
Y,
piece
Z.
of paper says these are the priorities that CPRIT has selected for its programs, and these are the guidelines that will help us make decisions when we have to make decisions. Of course, as we discussed in the subcommittee meetings, merit and quality of our applications is first and foremost. But after that, if we have to make decisions, what kinds of guidelines, what kinds of priorities will we set to make those funding decisions? So we will outline that for each program, and then we're also looking at what are those areas that we might look at across programs that will help us make decisions at the Program Integration Committee level.
Down to percentages or just in general terms?
I think that will be up to you. Those discussions will be hashed out at the September meeting.
Thank you.
I would say, just as a comment that, we've had a lot of discussion in different quarters and different processes, and that probably the percentage idea is not where we'll ever really end up. But anyway, we'll have a full day on the 3rd September to go through what we've done so far. Again, as we know, the subcommittees have each looked at each subcommittee's kind of view of the world in prioritization, and then we've had the subcommittee chairs of prevention research, scientific research, and product development have had a call with Mr. Mittman, and kind of pre-thought out a little bit about how those would be an integrated platform of priorities, and that's what we'll be looking at. Both, it's kind of like a fractal at both levels, on the 3rd, and it'll be open for this our oversight committee to comment and direct. Yes, Dr. Malone.
I wanted to ask and verify, I think we also were going to ask the University Academic
Yes.
Committee
UAC. Yes.
for some potential suggestions or ideas for metrics that we might consider using.
Right. And they'll be there that day, and that's a specific question I think we wanted to ask. And in addition, they'll be there and invited to comment, as will the
Right.
Childhood Committee as well. Any other questions or comments on the Program Priorities Initiative? Okay, hearing none, then we're going to proceed. Dr. Garcia is going to present the Prevention Program Report and Grant Award Recommendations. And this is item 10 on the agenda, and I believe that's going to be tab 7.
Tab 7, yes. And so under tab 7, I just have a very brief report, really giving you some of the upcoming timelines for the project. The substance of my report, of course, today is the grant award recommendations before you. You have a separate handout, I believe. Everyone should have one. And in that, there's a prevention tab. I also have some slides, so you can either follow along. What's in that tab is the memo that was on the portal, and then I think a compliance report as well. But I'm going to run through the grant recommendations and just give you a little high-level overview. There's some information, of course, in the memo if you want to follow that, but I also have some slides. So we issued 3 requests for applications. These were issued in December. The Evidence-Based Cancer Prevention Services, the Health Behavior Change Through Public Education, and the Competitive Continuation Expansion, RFAs. We received 50 applications in response to those RFAs. Those came in February. 47 applications went through a full review. 3 of them were withdrawn before review for administrative reasons. 23 of those went on to be discussed at the 2 panel meetings, and then the Prevention Review Council is recommending 15 grants for about $17.6 million. This is our Prevention Review Council. We've presented them before. We had two committees with about 27 reviewers total. So I want to go through in a little bit of detail just the recommendations for the grants before you today, and I'm going to present from 2 award mechanisms, the evidence-based services mechanism and the continuation expansion mechanism. For the 3rd one that we released on public education, we are not recommending any grants from that mechanism. So on this slate, evidence-based services, we have 6 new evidence-based prevention projects. And I've just put 3 on each slide to make them a little bit easier to read. The first 3 on this slide, and also in your memo if you want to follow along there, focus on increasing HPV vaccination rates. Each one of these is in a different setting or a different population. For example, the first one from Legacy Community Health Services, they're a federally qualified health clinic, and they are providing these services in 13 counties surrounding Houston. The next one from UT Health Science Center Houston is in pediatric clinics. So they are providing the service in 48 pediatric clinics in 5 counties surrounding the Houston area. And the third one on this slide is in El Paso and covers a couple of counties around El Paso. On the next slide, we have one project that focuses on tobacco cessation in young adults. The next one is delivering colorectal cancer screening in East Texas. And when we look at the data in East Texas, this is really a high incidence, high mortality area. And so we were really pleased to see this project approved because it's not well served by other CPRIT grants. And they're going to be covering 7 counties in East Texas. And then the last one out of this mechanism is a primary prevention project, and it's using an evidence-based, faith-based model. And it targets 3 preventable cancer risk factors: poor nutrition, physical activity, inactivity, and obesity among Hispanics. So those are the 6 projects out of that mechanism. I'll just move on to the next one, and there are 9 projects in this continuation expansion slate. And this mechanism is really intended to fund projects that we have previously funded that have gotten excellent results demonstrated by their progress reports and their evaluations. So the bar is really set, excuse me, nice Austin allergies. The bar is set really pretty high for our funding of continuation projects. I've got 3 on this first slide, and they screen for breast or cervical cancer. The Bridge County services counties in North Texas. The Rose, 14 counties north and east of Harris County. And the last one covers a large area in the Panhandle. They're covering 26 counties in the Panhandle area where access to care is often a barrier. And when I talk about screening projects, I do want to emphasize that these are comprehensive projects. They do a lot of work in terms of outreach, to go out and find the people who need these services, who maybe have not been into systems and are hard to reach. They also provide education. Then they deliver the screening service. If people need diagnostic workup, they will follow them through diagnostic workup. And if they need treatment, they will navigate them to treatment. So these are more than just come in, get your mammogram. They're very comprehensive projects. So on this next slide, we have the Hope Clinic in the Houston area, and they see predominantly an Asian population. So in addition to screening for breast, cervical, colorectal, they also include screening and vaccination for hepatitis B in that population. The next project from Baylor screens people for colorectal and cervical cancer, working through the Harris Health System. And then the last project on this slide is in El Paso, and they focus also on colorectal cancer screening. Last slide with the last 3 projects from this mechanism. The UT Southwestern project delivers genetic screening services for breast, ovarian, and Lynch syndrome, and are expanding their genetic counseling and testing services to 21 counties. And then the last 2 projects on this slide are education projects. One is looking at increasing HPV immunization rates through public education and in-reach strategies among Hispanic adolescent males and females. And the other project is for health educators, and it is providing an advanced cancer genomics training program. So those are the 15 projects, and at the end I just show you a map of sort of the before and after if these 15 projects are approved. And as you know, one of our legislative budget measures is that we cover 100% of the regions in Texas, and with this we will be covering every region. There's 11 regions. We'll also be covering 87% of the counties of the 254 counties in Texas. So some good progress that we will make with this slate of awards. As you know, we were trying to make up some ground that we lost after the moratorium.
So, oh, excuse me.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Yes.
I was going to point out that in this booklet, what we have, page 7 and 8 is a synopsis of those 9 or 15 that we just looked at. I was going to ask Dr. Garcia, I believe you've told us in the past that the prevention programs have touched 1.6 million Texans, something like that, I believe. In this day, in this slate of 15, can you give us a sense of the overall number of people you anticipate we might touch in a very general way? Appreciate you may not have exact numbers, but
I did. This
say?
comes from the grantees. They're required to, as part of their application, they tell us about how many people they expect to reach. And so from the first mechanism, they're saying about 905,000.
Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that.
No, that's fine. I neglected to point that out. And we distinguish between reached and served because reach can be through passive means, you know, brochures, other kinds of messaging, but then we want them to estimate the actual number that they're going to provide services to. So, of course, that's their estimate when they submit their application. Then when they submit quarterly reports, we get the actual data on the number of people that they are, and the number of services, more importantly, that they are reaching and that we are funding.
So is that 84 plus 510 actually served? So we'll have almost 600,000 people touched by the work of these 15? Is that the estimate?
I'm sorry, you were adding the 84 plus the 510. Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
594,000. Okay, just wanted to get a sense. Okay.
That's correct.
So any other comments or questions for Dr. Garcia on this group of prevention award candidates? So we'll move on then to Mr. Reisman for the Chief Compliance Officer report on these prevention awards.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Chair Rice and members, with regard to the Evidence-Based Cancer Prevention Award slate, the Competitive Continuation Expansion Grants Award slate, the Health Behavior Change through Public Education Applications, I reviewed the grant documentation, including third-party observer reports, and you'll see some of that backup documentation in your book behind the summary of the prevention slates. For the peer review meetings, I'm satisfied that the application review process that resulted in the 9 applications recommended by the Chief Executive Officer followed applicable laws and agency administrative rules. I certify the 2 award slates, the Evidence-Based Cancer Prevention Award slate and the Competitive Continuation Expansion Grants Award slate for Oversight Committee's approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of that? And that was on page, I think, 15 of that prevention tab.
Yes.
Is this actual report?
Yes, sir.
Any questions or comments from Mr. Reisman? Okay. So we're ready to proceed to the Oversight Committee's, receiving motions to approve these 15. And this is a bit of a new process because, unlike in the past, we've had a different mechanism. So we'll have a new mechanism today. And in lieu of bringing each and every one of them up for a singular vote, given that we have, I think 101 overall today, that council has advised that that's the best way to do this probably is kind of by groups, and because we have some conflict of interest exclusions, then we'll kind of have to do it by groups and groups. So with apologies for the complicated version, let me just read through here. it's our responsibility to make sure that we recognize conflicts of interest, and we'll note for the record that the oversight committees have reported specific conflicts of interest with some of the applications, specifically Mrs. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery. Both report conflicts with the following institutions: Texas A&M, University of Texas Health Science Center at Tyler, University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston, University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio, University of Texas at San Antonio, University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. And Ms. Mitchell also reports conflicts of interest with applications submitted by Baylor College of Medicine, Texas Tech University Health Science Center, Texas Tech University Health Science Center at El Paso. And I guess it's probably, I don't know if this is out of line or not, but I'll move forward and council can tell me. But, I just wanted to explain for Mr. Montgomery and Ms. Mitchell that they work for law firms, and that law firms have thousands of clients, and while they don't have any direct connection to any of these institutions, as my understanding, their firms do. So those potentially very, very, very distant relationships to them directly bring forth this need to sort of go beyond the need for this conflict of interest exclusion. So that's why we're doing that. I thought I would share that ineloquent discussion of what's going on here. Please.
If I may add one thing,
Yes.
We're doing this process in lieu of reading every application ID into the record. However, as part of the record, if you look at the very last page in the award packet that you have, it lists every conflict of interest by application ID. At the end of this meeting, we'll have the presiding officer and the secretary will sign a copy of this conflict of interest document, and it will be attached to the minutes of the meeting, the signed copy. That's how we will verify that all of this information has been disclosed. It will be publicly available. And in fact, this entire booklet, once the awards have been made, will become part of the board packet that is publicly available as a record for the meeting.
Thank you. So in accordance with CPRIT rules, Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery are recused from the discussion or action in the applications where they've reported a conflict of interest. Members, a list of this is in that location where she just described. Are there any other conflict of interest declarations that the Oversight Committee would like to bring forth that are not reported yet? Hearing none, seeing none, we'll proceed. Members, you have the list of applications and grant amounts recommended by the PIC for evidence-based cancer prevention and competitive continuation expansion grant awards. The PIC's recommendations will be approved if 2/3 of the Oversight Committee members present and able to vote approve the recommendations. So rather than taking each individually, we'll ask for a vote of the awards and the amounts listed on pages 7 and 8 as we discussed. And we're going to take this vote in 3 groups. The first group is the group of applications to which both Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery are in conflict. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to approve each of the PIC's recommendations for the grant awards and award amounts for applications submitted by the Texas A&M University, University of Texas Health Center at Tyler, University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston, University of Texas Health Science Center at San Antonio, University of Texas San Antonio, and University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Is there, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. So I'll note for the record that Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery abstained from voting, and now we're ready for the motion to approve each of the PIC's recommendations for the grant awards and award amounts for applications submitted by Baylor College of Medicine, Texas Tech University Health Science Center, and Texas Tech University Health Science Center at El Paso. Is there a motion to approve? So moved. Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And we'll note again that Mrs. Mitchell abstained from voting on that. So having approved at this time, I guess at this time we'll entertain a motion to approve each of the PIC's recommendations for the grant awards and applications submitted by Legacy Community Health, Asian American Health, Coalition of Greater Houston, the Bridge Breast Network, and the Rose. So again, these would be the ones where either I think there are no conflict of interest reported, and so that's what we're voting. So if there's a motion to approve those grants. Thank you. Is there a second? All those in favor? Aye. Anybody opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So we've completed that section. Having approved the PIC recommendations for the prevention grant awards, is there a motion to delegate contract negotiation authority to the Chief Executive Officer and CPRIT staff to authorize the Chief Executive Officer to sign the contracts on behalf of the Institute? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. So this completes the prevention slate, if you will. We've been going 95 minutes at this point. Let's take a 5-minute break, please, and we'll reconvene at 11:40.
Thank you, members.
We're going to jump back into the agenda with item 11 on the agenda, which is tab 8. Chair recognizes Dr. Kripke to provide the Chief Scientific Officer's report. Dr. Kripke and Mr. Roberts will introduce Program Integration Committee's grant award recommendations for scientific research awards. Good morning.
Good morning. It is still morning. I'm happy
Yes.
to report. I'm going to say some additional things about the research grants and the recruitment awards that are going to come to you at the end of my presentation for vote. So let me skip that for the moment and go to the rest of the report.
And before we do, can I just let members know that in this supplementary binder, in the first tab, I guess it's on the second or third page, is the list of the scientific awards
yes.
that are up. And there's, again, there's 81, I believe, or 80, I forget the number, but there's a long list there, so you can reviewing those while your presentation's ongoing. Thank you.
Right. Giving you a preview of what's coming up after this, we have received the grant applications for our next set of RFAs. These were the untargeted individual investigator awards, and the 2 targeted ones that we put out, one for prevention and early detection and the other for childhood and adolescent cancer. That has closed now, so we know that there were 57 applications submitted for the childhood cancer award and 66 applications submitted for prevention and early detection research. And I should say I've looked through those, and most of those are actually for early detection. And some for prevention as well.
And what volume did you see for the individual investigator?
The total is 404, so it's about 300, a little less than 300, yes.
Wow. Okay.
Compared with what you're going to see today, where there were 483 applications submitted for individual investigator awards. So it's dropped down. We thought that the number the last time was due to pent-up demand, and I think that's borne out here. So those applications are currently being assigned to various reviewers, and they will be reviewed by the peer review panels in October, end of October, beginning of November coming up. And so you won't see those for your review until next February. We've also now put out the newest set of RFAs, this time for multi-investigator research awards, core facility awards, and another round of the high-impact, high-reward, high-impact, high-risk grants. And those have not yet closed, and so they won't be reviewed until next spring. I think it was Mr. Montgomery who asked for a table that showed the schedule of that. That's on the second page under tab 8, and the grant mechanism 14.1 is the one that you're going to be dealing with today, and then it gives you the subsequent dates. What we're trying to do here is put this on some kind of a regular cycle now that we're up and running again, so that the Oversight Committee will see these only in February and in May. Okay. So the second point I'd like to make is that the recruitment awards are handled differently. Those are open continuously. We've now increased the reviews by the Scientific Review Council. We will review those once a month. This was a topic of discussion at the University Advisory Committee meeting, and they had a plea that we review these more often than quarterly, and just because of the difficulties in recruiting people, and they need to move quickly on new recruits. The most important time for that group is to have decisions made in the March-April timeframe, because most of the recruiting in the universities and the cancer centers happens July 1 and September 1, and so this may necessitate a special meeting of the Oversight Committee to deal with recruitment applications during that time. I think Mr. Holmes heard that argument and was very supportive of that, although it may mean convening you one more time during the year. It will depend on what kind of applications we get, how many, and what it looks like, but keep in mind that we may be asking you to do that.
I would just make the comment that, I appreciated Mr. Holmes' presence there, and of course, comments, and then I think the attitude of the group would be, I would suggest that we don't want in any way for the Oversight Committee meeting schedule to ever impede upon the ability to recruit the finest folks who are out there, and if we don't meet in the right sequence or have the right availability, then someone's acceptance of a position might go awarded or whatever, and therefore they might take something else somewhere. So I think it's a great suggestion to add a meeting, and I'm sure we'd all support that.
Yes, and you'll see in a few minutes when we talk about the recruitment awards today, one of our candidates for a recruitment award has 3 written offers from other institutions, so it is an issue, yeah. The research subcommittee met and has reviewed the grants that you will see today. They also looked at the nominations for the peer review committees, and they have endorsed those as well. And most of the discussion actually centered around the University Advisory Committee white paper, which you will be seeing in the context of the Priorities Project. And we, of course, discussed the Priorities Project and the status of that as well. We do have, as I mentioned, nominations for the peer review panels. We'll talk about those at the appropriate time. I just mentioned the University Advisory Committee meetings. They met twice to develop this white paper, which will probably form the major basis of their annual report to the Oversight Committee. They also approved their the charter to that committee, and again, you will have that before you for approval later in this meeting. Are there any questions so far before we go into the grants for today? Hearing none. I am delighted to bring you the first slate of research grants for consideration following the moratorium. I will just remind you that there were 483 responses to the Individual Investigator Award, RFA, and 100 responses to the it should be high impact, high risk. I keep saying high reward, but that's not correct. They were reviewed during the early part of June of this year, and 61 of the Individual Investigator Award applications are being brought forward for your consideration. So the success rate of those grants is about 13%, which is a little bit higher than it has been historically. I think over the previous 3 years, it's been about 10%, and you may recall that we reduced the amount of money of those awards slightly, with the hope that we could accommodate a few more awards, and so I'm happy to see that the success rate is a little bit higher than it was previously. For the Individual Investigator Awards, I will not review all of them for you today. Just let me make a few summary statements. The majority of those applications are for research in cancer biology, finding out basic mechanisms in cancer, identifying altered genes, looking at mechanisms of cancer spread, and so on. So the majority, 52%, are in basic biology genetics of cancer. 25% are on treatment, new approaches to treatment, trying out new drugs, trying to find lead compounds for development, further development. About 10% are for early detection, diagnosis, early detection, diagnosis, and prognosis. And the remaining few are in etiology, what causes cancer, and there's one each in model systems and cancer control survivorship. So that's kind of the spectrum of what's in the portfolio that you're being asked to approve today. For the high-impact, high-risk grants, the success rate was 15%. There were 100 submitted, 15 were approved, and so that's very nice. These grants, as you'll recall, are the small grants. They're a maximum of $100,000 a year for 2 years, so it's a $200,000 grant. And these are the IDEA grants. You don't have to have any preliminary data or documentation, whatever. As long as you have an idea that makes sense and is feasible, where the research is feasible, that's what's considered in this award. Among these grants, 4 of them are gene discovery grants, trying to find new genes that are associated with cancer. 3 are identifying targets for therapy, for personalized therapy. 3 are new immunotherapy approaches to treat cancer. 2 are on viruses in cancer. 2 are on the development of new technologies, and 1 is on studying proton therapy, the mechanisms of proton therapy. So it's an interesting group. Just to tell you where these grants are going, 3 are going to Baylor, 3 are going to UT Austin, 2 to UT Southwest, 2 to Texas Tech, 2 to Texas A&M, 1 to MD Anderson, 1 to Scott and White, I think is their first or second grant, and 1 to UT San Antonio. So it's a good spectrum this time around of recipients and a wonderful spectrum of projects. I want to tell you just a little bit about one, give you a flavor of what's in these types of grants. One of the ones about viruses and cancer is about herpes virus, human herpes virus 6, HHV6, which has been found to be associated with samples of brain tumors. Now, HHV6 has been associated with or implicated in certain types of leukemias, but it's never been found before in brain cancer. And so the idea here is to see whether the inheritance of this virus, which integrates into DNA, whether the inheritance of this virus is responsible for the few instances of familially associated brain tumors. Brain tumors is usually sporadic in the population, but there are some instances where it follows in families, and so they're going to try to see whether that follows the familial association. It's maybe a long shot, but that's what these grants are about. It's about taking a long shot, a great idea, giving you enough money to do the work and to see where it goes. Not all of them will be successful, but I think these are really taking a long shot, a great idea, giving you enough money to do the work and to see where it goes. Not all of them will be successful, but I think these are really the exciting, to me, the most exciting grants. Okay. So, with that, let me just turn your attention to the list and ask you if there are any questions about the grants, the recipients, the nature of these before you hear David's report on the grants. And then I'll do the recruitment grants. Any comments, questions about the research grants? We also have 8 recruitment grants that are coming before you today. There were 16 applications received, and this is a fairly high success rate for the recruitment applications. And I think part of that is due to the fact that the institutions know that we will only consider very high-quality candidates, so they're not submitting all of their recruits. They're being very selective about who they submit for nomination. But the other thing is that we are able to attract fantastic candidates to Texas at this particular stage in time. Of all of the 8 candidates, the Scientific Review Council said our institution would be thrilled to be able to recruit this person and this person, and it was said about all of the people that are being brought before you today. They are all exceptional, they are outstanding, and they are interested in Texas not only because of the recruitment awards, but for the possible, for their ability to be able to apply for CPRIT awards, grant awards, once they get here. And that, I think, is a serious reflection of the paucity of federal funding available for research at this time. So let me just point out one of the candidates. Bill, I did pick this one specifically for you. I want to talk about Yi-Wen Chen, who's a candidate for a first-time tenure-track faculty position. He's being recruited to MD Anderson to the Department of Bioinformatics and Computational Biology. He has a bachelor's degree in physics, a PhD in biophysics, and he did postdoctoral work in the Department of Biostatistics and Computational Biology at the Harvard School of Public Health and the Dana-Farber Institute, from whence he is being recruited. He has strong computer science skills and extensive expertise in high-throughput sequencing analysis, and he is the one. His letter of recommendation says that he is a rarity, a scientist who thinks with equal excellence in mathematics, physics, and biology, and he has received written offers from 3 other universities. So this is the caliber of the people that we are recruiting in this round. Any questions about recruitment? Okay.
Thank you very much, Margaret. And I know, Wayne, do you have a PIC report on this, or do we go to?
David will have a
Okay.
compliance report.
I was just going to recap for us. Margaret had presented that the individual investigator was going to be 61 awards at $51 million. The high-risk, high-impact was 15 awards at $2.9 million. There was the established investigator, 1 at $6 million, Rising Stars, 1 at $4 million, and then 6 first-time tenure tracks. That was the one that she just listed at $12 million. So that totals up to $84 million in research grants that we'll do today, and obviously that has deep impact for bringing new people to institutions and enlivening. If an average grant is 2 years, I don't know what the average grant is. If it's average 2 years and you've got 84 grants, then that's 168, I guess, years of research that we're funding today, if you want to think of it that way. Well, that's a pretty good stab in the dark there. So, Mr. Reisman, we're going to have the compliance report from you.
Okay. And thank you, Dr. Rice, and thank you, Dr. Kripke. With regard to the high-impact, high-risk award slate, the individual investigator award slate, recruitment of first-time tenure-track faculty members award slate, recruitment of Rising Stars award slate, and the recruitment of established investigators award slate, I did confer with staff at CPRIT and SRA International, CPRIT's contracted third-party grant administrator, and studied the supporting grant review documentation, including third-party observer reports for the peer review meetings. I am satisfied that the application review process that resulted in the 84 applications awards recommended by the Chief Executive Officer followed applicable laws and agency administrative rules. I certify the above 5 slates for the Oversight Committee's consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Reisman. So we're ready to begin the process of motions to approve these, and as we've seen earlier with Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery both have conflicts that relate to the following institutions: Rice, Texas A&M University, Methodist Hospital Research Institute, University of Texas at Austin, University of Texas at Dallas, University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston, the Health Science Center at San Antonio, University of Texas MD Anderson, and Southwestern Medical Center. So in addition to Ms. Mitchell also reports conflicts of interest with applications submitted by Baylor College of Medicine, Baylor Research Institute, Baylor University, Scott and White Healthcare, and Texas Tech. So in accordance with the rules, Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery are recused from the discussion or action in these applications where they reported conflict of interest. And a list of these, again, has been mentioned in the secondary book. There's this list now includes all of those, and those will be signed independently and added to the minutes. So are there any other conflict of interests that need to come forth now before we consider these? Hearing none. Members, you have a list of the applications and grant amounts in the book. The PIC's recommendations will be approved to 2/3 of the Oversight Committee available and to vote approves them. And as we've said before, we're going to take these up as institutions, and we're going to do it in 2 groups because the applications, again, those with conflict, abstentions do not overlap perfectly. Okay, so this is for the vote we're going to do on individual investigator and high risk, high impact, and I suppose we'll do separately in a minute here the recruitment. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to approve each of the PICS recommendations for grant awards and award amounts for the applications submitted by Rice, Texas A&M, Methodist Hospital Research Institute, University of Texas Austin, UT Dallas, UT Health Science Center Houston, Health Science Center San Antonio, MD Anderson, and Texas Southwestern. Is there a motion to approve those? Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thanks very much. So we'll note for the record that Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery abstained from voting. And at this time, we'll entertain a motion to approve each of the PICS recommendations for grant awards and award amounts for the applications submitted by Baylor College of Medicine, Baylor Research Institute, Baylor University, Scott and White Healthcare, and Texas Tech. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And for the record, we'll note that Ms. Mitchell abstained from voting. So now we'll do the recruitment grant awards. And the PICS recommendations, we approve it. 2/3 of the Oversight Committee approves it. And we'll continue as we've done. For the record, we'll note that Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery have indicated they have conflicts as we've done before. So with all of them, thank you. So we'll have one vote here. Motion at this time to approve each of the PICS recommendations for recruitment grant awards and award amounts. Is there a motion? Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. So again, we'll note for the record that Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery abstained from voting. And having approved these, now we want to delegate contracting authority. So I'll read the motion. Request is to having the individual investigator, high risk, high impact and recruitment awards. We want to have a motion to delegate contract negotiation authority to the Chief Executive Officer and Chief of Staff and CPRIT staff to then authorize the CEO to sign. Is there a motion to do so? Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
Any other issues or comments related to the research before we move on to the product development? We'll do product development, and I believe after product development, I believe we go into, not yet, well, we will soon go into closed session for a brief time, but let's keep going then. So Chair recognizes Mr. Tom Goodman. It is now afternoon, so good afternoon, sir. Our Chief Product Development Officer, and he'll present the Product Development Program update, lay out a proposal, revise the contract terms that the Oversight Committee ratified in May. And once that is complete, he'll present the PICS recommendations for product development grants.
Very good, and good afternoon, Chairman Rice and members of the committee. By way of an update to the product development program activities, I wanted to mention that we have received 30 additional product development grant applications in our Cycle 15.1 request for applications. Of these, 17 were advanced to in-person presentations. These presentations took place actually last week in Dallas, and the review panels recommended that the applications of 9 different companies be moved forward to due diligence. The total amount of support being requested here is just less than $100 million. And I think that what this shows is that CPRIT has had really robust interest in its company-related programs, and there seems to be an increasing percentage of high-quality applications that are moving forward. You may recall that the early translational research applications, the ETRAs, were previously administered as part of the research program. Dr. Kripke recommended, and I agreed, that these might be better evaluated by product review panels. And so I can report that in the early translational research applications, we've now received 46 applications. These have currently been assigned to reviewers and are being considered at the present time. They will be discussed by the review panels in October, and they'll come before the Oversight Committee at the November meeting. It's worthwhile to note here, I think, that for the first time, we're requiring the ETRA award recipients to actually prepare business plans. We hope that this activity is really going to sharpen their focus on converting the fruits of academic research into products that will be beneficial to cancer patients. So that's our hope. Finally, in the next cycle of product development, new company, relocation, established company, request for applications, this was released in July 21st. The application process will actually close on September 29th, and any award recommendations resulting from this cycle will be presented to the Oversight Committee for its approval at its May 2015 meeting. Are there any questions with regard to any of these activities? Well, hearing none, I'll just move ahead. I would like to review now with the committee excuse me, some of the recommendations for changes in CPRIT's revenue sharing terms and conditions. To start this off, I'd like to at least allude to the statute citing what we are engaged in here. Revenue sharing provisions, of course, are required in all CPRIT grant applications and grant award contracts. Specifically, it's Section 102.256 of the Health and Safety Code, which, if I can paraphrase, requires that the Oversight Committee establish the standards and require that all grant awards be subject to intellectual property agreements that allow the state to collect royalty income and other benefits, including interest or proceeds resulting from securities and equity ownership that are realized as a result of the projects that are undertaken with money awarded. Balancing this desire for return is a second requirement, and that is in determining the state's interest in any intellectual property rights. The Oversight Committee shall balance the opportunity of the state to benefit from the patents, royalties, licenses, and other benefits, really with the need to ensure that essential medical research is not unreasonably hindered, and that the agreement does not unreasonably remove incentive on the part of the individual researcher, the research team, or the institution. So that is our statutory requirement in having revenue sharing within the grant award contracts. Against this backdrop, there are several companies that were approved for CPRIT product development grants that contacted CPRIT with concerns about the revenue sharing terms that were presented at the May 21st Oversight Committee meeting. Their letters and concerns were transmitted to the Product Development Subcommittee, and some of the issues that they're raised by these companies were really found to have significant merit. Upon discussion with the subcommittee, we believe that the most important concerns raised can be addressed through the revisions that CPRIT is recommending here to the standard revenue sharing terms. So, it's never really a surprise when companies look for better terms and conditions. They almost have to do that. That should come as no surprise to anyone. Now, under our existing revenue sharing conditions, and I'll allude here to a 3-page handout that I placed at everyone's desk prior to and Kristen is holding up. This is, for purposes of comparison, this is the existing revenue sharing terms and conditions that were discussed at the May 21st meeting. So you can take a look at that as we discuss the changes that are being proposed here. Originally then, companies were stratified based on the amount of grant support that they were requesting and their degree of commercial maturity, specifically whether they had received a significant amount of professional investment already into the company. It was argued here that the larger companies, that is the ones who had received this professional investment, these larger companies should pay closer to venture capital rates for their funding, while the smaller companies that had not received such professional investments ought to be getting a break. Now, of course, it was counter-argued by the companies that there should not be any distinctions made with regard between companies based on the size of the grant amount or the degree to which the companies had already been funded or accessed the capital markets. And this argument was found to be compelling. Given this, CPRIT recommends the following change. No differentiation between companies will be made on the basis of either the amount of CPRIT grant award or the amount of professional investment that the company has received. The values of the variables A and B that you see in that revenue sharing attachment document, which previously varied between different classes of companies, will be the same for all companies and now set at 4% and 2% respectively. Recall that that first percentage number is in fact the percentage of revenue sharing that is required of the company on sales of products up until twofold of the grant has been fully paid back. Thereafter, the second number, the B number, comes into play. So now companies will be required to pay 4% going forward until they pay back twice the grant amount, and then 2% thereafter. So that is the recommendation for all companies. The structure of the buyout clause, just moving along, was also problematic because the amount of the buyout clause, the amount of the buyout increased over time after the completion of the CPRIT contract. This was seen to create potential negotiating problems with new investors in future rounds of financing. For example, you could easily imagine a company being pressed to pay off a grant award at the same time it's trying to negotiate a new round of financing, could find itself in a rather difficult position. Now, although the company was given really essentially 3 years worth of notice to plan for this buyout, 3 years being essentially the term of the CPRIT contract, this amount of time still might be inadequate, and there still might be just too much pressure brought to bear from this particular constellation of increasing buyout clause. Given this, CPRIT now recommends the following change. The buyout clause will be rewritten so that the company may buy out its revenue sharing requirement at any time after the completion or termination of the contract by repaying the amount of the grant award plus an interest rate of 9% compounded quarterly on any funds distributed to the company under the contract from the date of the distribution of those funds. Any revenue sharing paid by the company will be creditable against the buyout amount. So that is the change that's recommended. Finally, while the present contract allows for adjustment of the revenue sharing percentages as a result of other contributions to the development of the product, it does not consider potential licensing royalties that might have to be paid by the awardee in order to allow product sales. In many cases, the grant awardee recipients have a license to their technology from a university or another institute, and that license actually carries a royalty rate on it. Our revenue sharing rate on top of that could be, at some points, burdensome. And so CPRIT is really recommending at this present time the addition of a stacking provision. Specifically, in addition to the adjustment clause, which you can see there at section D 4.02, the revenue sharing percentages may be reduced by 0.5% for every 1% of royalty that the company must pay to any third party in order to sell a product. Royalty stacking alone, or when combined with any allowed adjustment, however, shall not decrease the revenue sharing amounts by more than 50% of what would otherwise be the case. And so what we've done here is to put in a floor. You can stack the royalty down, but you can't stack it down by more than 50%. Okay? All right. These are the changes that CPRIT is recommending that the Oversight Committee accept. In addition, an additional principle that we discussed at the last Oversight Committee meeting was that CPRIT should treat companies equally and without any favoritism in economic terms. CPRIT remains absolutely committed to this fairness principle, and we hope that these modifications that we're suggesting now can become a standard for how CPRIT will contract with all companies going forward at this time. Now, consistent with this, CPRIT will offer to any company that is currently pending a final contract the option to proceed pursuant to the original existing terms that you have, and assuming approval of these changes by the Oversight Committee that we're recommending here, companies that were approved for contracts at the May 21st Oversight Committee meeting and executed contracts thereafter under the old terms would be offered these newly approved terms as an amendment replacing the previous terms. The effort here is to provide fairness and equality between all of the companies that have been reviewed here. So that's our intention.
So just for clarity for the group, I think we had a discussion in May that outlined that matrix, and then you've had some feedback and reflection, and you're asking us through a kind of a three-step process to accept this new construct of deal-making points that would be uniformly applied, and then we're going to, in a few minutes, potentially approve, we'll vote on sort of three classes of companies, if you will. Companies that you're bringing forth right now that are just new applicants that have been through the process. That would be one. A second would be those that were approved in May and we've been in contract negotiation. And then thirdly, the ones that maybe signed contracts after we had the February Oversight Committee meeting, and maybe they've already signed a final contract, and we're going to offer these same terms to them as an addendum to the contract, so that they sort of played through the same set of rules all year. Is that generally correct?
That's essentially correct, Chairman Rice. Okay. Yes. The effort here, there are, as you point out, there are three main modifications. And we want to allow or extend this opportunity to all of the companies. And so that's what will be achieved in the outline that you provided, yes.
So I'm just explaining that. That's why we have this sequence you're getting ready to see of motions that will be achieving that, I believe. No. Mr. Montgomery?
Did you have a question? Mr. Goodman, it's a little difficult to evaluate this in the abstract. How does, if a company with a product they want to take to market surveys the financing landscape, as an economic proposition, do they prefer CPRIT or do they prefer private funding? How do these, in other words, how do these rates, the rates we're proposing, compare to the market?
Oh, that's an excellent question, Mr. Montgomery.
Thank you.
Thank you. It really drives to the heart of what we're trying to do, and that is that there is a requirement for some fair compensation back to the state of Texas. But there's also a definite desire to present terms that are going to be attractive, terms that are going to be desirable. In my experience, venture capital funding is really rather expensive. It is typically taken out in terms of equity and not in terms of any return of actual money. But in many cases, especially for young companies, the pre-value or the pre-money value of the company is rather small. A company starting out may be judged to be worth only perhaps maybe $1 million, such that if the venture capitalist offers an additional $3 million, for a total pre-money plus money of $4 million, the venture capitalist will walk off with 75% of the company. That gives entrepreneurs quite a degree of pause. Taking capital hits like that, equity hits like that. In return for $3 million, that's a relatively modest amount of early stage funding, especially for a biotech company. CPRIT's money is extremely attractive because of several reasons. First of all, it is non-dilutive. It does not typically take equity. We do allow, or we do provide for in the agreement, the option that at some funding stage, the company can exercise the buyout clause, the buyout of the revenue sharing, with an exchange of equity, but that would be something that would be special. I do want to point that out just for the sake of completion. But CPRIT's funding, as I say, is I think quite special because it doesn't take that equity portion. Instead, with the present recommendations, there's really no obligation for any repayment whatsoever until there are product sales. When product sales begin, then the revenue sharing rates, the 4% and the 2% that I talked about earlier, those will come in. Certainly with the product on the market and given the stacking provisions that we now have in the grant contracts, or will be, those are not onerous percentages by any means. Thereafter, of course, at the company's discretion, and again, the company is not required to do this, the company can buy out and terminate, in fact, those revenue sharing percentages by paying the buyout fee. The buyout fee is essentially the amount of the grant plus 9% interest.
On that point, it seems that buyout opportunity really forecloses the opportunity for the state to participate in any home run development, product development, because a rational company will go, if they've got a great product,
they will buy it out, yes.
They'd buy it out, and it seems to me kind of inconsistent with at least the way I've heard this part of CPRIT talked about when it was under consideration in the legislature. They're hoping that, you know, we would participate in the occasional home run, and as investors in this kind of high-risk work hope to do. And this pretty much just locks us into a maximum of 9% return on our investment. It's kind of seems to me odd to be in real high-risk investing and have the potential to be bought out at a 9% rate of return if you end up getting a product that's commercially successful.
I understand the concern, certainly. Again, there's the tension between the return to the state and the creation of something that's an extremely attractive financing venture.
I'd say worse than tension. I mean, this caps us at a 9% return when we're investing in some of the most high-risk kind of venture capital investing. I just don't see anybody would accept a 9% return on the winners and you eat the losses. That seems really out of line to me.
You got to also factor in that the state's goal here, we want an appropriate return on our investment, but there are other considerations that a traditional venture company does not take into account, such as we are trying to attract an industry to Texas that is underrepresented. And to grow that interest.
So that's just another.
So there's social cost. There's about 3 legs to this product development stool that need to be balanced.
Yeah, I understand that that's an additional consideration, but to cap our return in high risk investing at 9% and eat all the losses, that just seems to me out of balance. I just can't imagine being in this kind of investing for the state and have 9% be the maximum return we can expect to get from these investments. It really seems out of line to me.
Let me ask the question perhaps as a corollary. Why do we have that as a provision of the contract at all? Why wouldn't we just not have a buyout clause?
Well, we could certainly eliminate the buyout clause. The buyout clause was typical in many of the existing CPRIT agreements. What it does is it allows the company to essentially get out from under the royalty rate, out from under the revenue sharing. At present, the revenue sharing is not limited in time. In other words, it goes on as long as product is actually being sold. And so if the company wanted to divest itself of the revenue sharing requirement, it could enter into the buyout clause. Mr. Guerin, I very much want to acknowledge what you say, because there are, and I've experienced, a lot of different viewpoints that you can take with regard to this revenue sharing. Certainly, if you had a venture capitalist sitting here, they would be in tremendous agreement with you that this is outrageously low, that this is inordinately unbalanced from their side, and you would not find venture capitalists offering these types of terms. So if you had a venture capitalist sitting here, you'd certainly get that opinion, and they're, without a doubt. Now, on the other hand, if you have a agent of the state who is trying to recruit companies here in a challenging funding environment and wants to motivate very small companies with favorable terms in order to set them up for subsequent venture rounds, if you want to create an ecosystem of small companies that are going to be launched that will have later financing and will bring and develop technologies in Texas, provide jobs in Texas, and create that kind of environment, then you have a situation where they're saying, why don't we make this like the NIH? The National Institutes of Health, of course, give out billions of dollars, and of course they receive no compensation whatsoever for their billions.
But
none.
When you look at the legislative history of this initiative, it's not the same at all.
Well, I understand that.
And let me ask you too, what if a buyout occurs and they're bought by a company in Massachusetts. They're gone. They've got an obligation to pay us 9% interest, and so do we restrict who can buy them out?
No, we do not.
Okay, so, you know, the scenario you described that they'll grow in Texas really is not the case. They could be bought out by anybody and go anywhere, and at that point, all they owe us is 9% return on their.
Well, that would be a case if they chose to buy the company and then just move the company lock, stock, and barrel. What is more normally the case is that the company develops infrastructure in a place, and they begin to they develop offices, employees, they develop manufacturing, sales, what have you. And those things are difficult to simply just whole hog relocate. I can give you an example from my own experience. There was a company in Arizona called Ventana Medical. Was started by a physician at University of Arizona, Tom Grogan. This is a company that has an automated slide reading technology for pathologists. Well, Dr. Grogan, set this company up in Tucson, and it grew and it grew and it grew. It was eventually bought out by Roche. Roche Biomedical bought them out. But of course, the company as a whole, that division, is still located in Tucson, Arizona. So our expectation really with regard to the companies we would nucleate here would be that they would actually grow roots.
Well, that's our hope.
That's our hope.
But
it's not something we can enforce by an edict or a contract, though, I don't think.
Well, but I think when I think back on what some of our elected officials, particularly the lieutenant governor, has said when he talked about CPRIT, it was the expectation that we would, as a state, have the opportunity to share through CPRIT investments in some extraordinary financial returns when we really have a big winner. And that this, he imagined, actually, I thought, overly optimistic that we could end up paying back what we got from the state. But I'm just very uncomfortable with 9% interest rate if you win and nothing if you lose. I just can't imagine offering investments and only getting a 9% return. I'm very uncomfortable with that provision.
I understand it, and I do bring it back to the Oversight Committee. This is a decision on your part as to what you want to do. I mean, these numbers are our recommendation, our suggestion, but ultimately you can change them.
Mr. Holmes?
Just to give a little bit of color, there was a lot of discussion about the buyout clause, about the rate. Tom, you might talk a little bit about, I think the initial rate was 18%.
It could be as high as 18, yes.
And if I recall correctly, you had some pushback on the 18%.
There was quite a bit of pushback.
And quite frankly, Pete, I tended to agree with you. Venture capitalists would never make a deal like this. I mean, that wouldn't happen. But that's also not what we're really doing. I mean, we're kind of part venture capital, but we're also part job creation, and that is in part of the legislative mandate that we operate under. Having said that, we went around, we started at 18. Tom had some input from the grantees that maybe it should be at 6. We talked about 12. We went to 10. We went, and Angelo was, and Craig and I were part of this discussion, and we ended up at 12. Now, is that a good number, bad number?
I think you mean to say we ended up at 9.
I'm sorry, we ended up at 9.
Correct.
I think I was at 12. Or no, but Angelo was at 12. But it's somewhat arbitrary, but I think it was important that we had enough pushback at 18 that we felt like we had to address that.
But what I would think that our main emphasis would be that we end up with a lifetime royalty interest in these investments, and that we don't really want to encourage a buyout. That our hope, and again, I'm just thinking about what I've heard the Lieutenant Governor say, that we hope to be a long-time investor in these big winners, and that Texas would end up getting substantial amounts of money for the ones that win, recognizing that most of these don't win. And we're capping our participation in the big winners at 9%. To me, that's just, it is not consistent with what I recall is at least the public discussion of the legislative, if not intent, their expectations and hopes and dreams, that we don't participate in really any big wins with this kind of a buyout provision.
Well, one of the things that the Oversight Committee could decide to do is simply eliminate the buyout clause entirely. Under such a circumstance, again, you're looking at, assuming that there's no stacking, you're looking at a 4% revenue share until twice the grant amount is realized, and that would then drop down to 2. But you could simply eliminate the buyout clause entirely and thus enforce that revenue sharing percentage going forward for as long as there's product. That is an option that the committee has.
Well, that seems to me consistent with at least what I heard the public discussion of this, particularly the Lieutenant Governor talk about.
Well, I will have to confess some ignorance that I simply wasn't here in the state of Texas at that time when that legislation was going through. So I don't know what that legislative history was, really, except by just what I've read in passing. But I understand what you're saying, and I think it is up to it's up to the Oversight Committee to make a judgment in this, and perhaps Chairman Rice.
Tom, let me ask a question. The buyout provision was developed in order to allow a small and growing company to access additional capital that we were not prepared to put in. Is that effectively why we would do it? Otherwise, is it saleable to not have the provision at all? I guess is the number one question.
Well, just to put it in context, again, many of these companies have licenses to their technology from other sources. And the other sources, for example, universities, universities actually, when I was in the university environment, I used to write a buyout clause in. But typically, universities, I do not think, have buyout clauses in there. They simply take the royalties on net sales value of product going forward. What limits the universities frequently is the term of the patent, because they're actually getting a royalty on a patent. We are asking for a revenue share that is independent of any patent rights. Patent rights, in fact, remain with the grant awardees. We do not take any ownership of patent rights. So, to speak exactly to your question, I think that this was an effort to be able to allow the company to get out from under the percentages of the revenue sharing. I would find it kind of, though in some cases it might be, depends on the margin that the product has or enjoys, a 4% revenue share that is in fact reduced by 1/2 after twice the grant award is repaid doesn't seem to me very onerous.
If I could add 2 things from a legal perspective. One, I do want to remind members, our statute was changed in 2011, I believe, to allow CPRIT to take equity in companies. So that is another option that CPRIT has in terms of long-term payoff or ownership of companies. Now, there are lots of issues that are associated with taking equity in companies. It's and that is subject of another discussion another day. In terms of the second point that I want to make, from a legal perspective, CPRIT, well, I will say first, CPRIT does not have enough money to take a company from the beginning to the end to product to market. We know with successful drug development, it can take $1 billion. While the investment that we're making seems big to us, it is early on money, and it's usually we are making that investment so that they can create the data, show the early success in phase 1 and phase 2 clinical trials so that the people with the big money can come in and take it further on. I always say if CPRIT's the last money in, then we failed in some way. And getting to the legal point where we can be the last money in, and this would be a problem on our side, would be a problem with my contract, is if we have a contract that makes the company unattractive to the next investor that needs to take that company on to fund phase 3, phase 4 clinical trials and get out to market. So that's the thing from a legal perspective that's driving it. Now, of course, we can always renegotiate contracts if there's somebody where they are very interested in investing in a CPRIT company, but the terms that we currently have in our company make it unattractive to them. It could be something where CPRIT gets involved, but that's going to open up another, discussion then in terms of when we get to that. But that's something that I want to make sure that you're all keeping in mind when we're talking about the terms, is that our number one objective is to get cures for cancer to the market.
Kristen, on that point, that 2% at that point might be worth $100 million. And so they're coming into another round of funding, and they say, CPRIT has a 2% interest, and they can elect the buyout and we can pay it out for this 9% return, or we can pay them the fair market value of CPRIT's interest. And whatever that is, and you'd have to factor in what it takes to continue to make this commercial, but that 2% interest has a market value, and I think for us to take anything less than the market value at whatever point that becomes an issue in the next round of financing, I'm just not comfortable with that.
Is there some urgency to the timing of approving these terms, Tom?
Well, we've got companies waiting to execute contracts, and under some set of circumstances or conditions, there are companies that will not execute contracts. For example, one of the things that could be done is, you could just take a look at the existing terms and say, well, we're going to stand with those. That would present some problems to some companies, and there probably would be companies that would decline to take CPRIT's money under those circumstances. Other companies, of course, there have been 3 or 4 that have already signed up. They're happy to take that. Usually the smaller ones are better disposed to it simply because that operation of the matrix favored small companies versus large companies. That was what it was intended to do. What I hear you saying is that the objection here, I believe, if I can paraphrase it, is that there's simply a loophole, a real low-cost loophole for them to get out of the situation. I don't hear an objection to the revenue sharing rates of 4% and 2%, but rather an objection to their being able to resolve those with a buyout clause that is, I think, in your opinion, too easy. Is that correct?
It might end up being way below the market value of our interest.
Well, I think 2 possibilities can present themselves. You can, in fact, simply abolish the buyout clause. That would be easily done. Or you can put a different rate of return into the buyout clause in terms of an implied interest rate.
Well, why not try to assess the market value of our interests at that point instead of trying to figure out now what it would be? We might have something that is a huge winner in that once-in-a-lifetime investment, and to try to say now that's worth an 8% return or 12% return or 15% return ignores that somebody is going to place a value on that interest in the marketplace. Otherwise, there won't be a second round of investing.
Well, of course, that's the case, and what is always the case with a contract is that a contract can be renegotiated. In other words, 5 years from now, 7 years from now, 10 years from now, a company could come back and say, well, look, we want to buy this out. And at that point, we would have that sort of discussion that you're talking about in terms of what is the fair market value of CPRIT's interest in all of this. CPRIT's investments are, in the order of anywhere between $1 and $20 million. A typical company in this space may need corporate investment or professional investment in the amount of up to perhaps even $200 million in order to get to the point where they're going to get a product. So CPRIT's investment it's a large number to a small company, but in the grand good scheme of things, it's not all that large a number.
But when that company comes in to make that $200 million investment, they are going to be able to value the enterprise.
Right.
And our 2% royalty is going to have a discernible market value, at least from the perspective of the person making that latter investment. And for us to take anything less than that fair market value seems to me to be...
So I guess, again, I hear you saying that what would be the case is to simply eliminate the buyout clause entirely from the contract and simply put in a sentence that says, the CPRIT remains open to the possibility of a buyout at some...
Why would you feel obligated to put any sentence in?
Right. You don't need that.
Well, I don't feel obligated. I'm simply suggesting it as a possibility.
Yeah, I don't think, is the sentiment of the group, I mean, Ms. Montgomery, did you have another comment? You've reached up.
It got answered in the discussion.
Well, do we have the flexibility now to offer to sell the 2%? Or if somebody makes an offer to us, or are we stuck on the contractual terms and it's going to be 2% forever?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let me say from the legal officer's perspective, we can make the statement that we will never entertain a buyout provision. But if we are silent on it, I would like at least some signal from the Oversight Committee, even if it's through an administrative rule, doesn't have to be included in the contract, but something that says that the Oversight Committee has the ability and authority to renegotiate contracts. Because if we're silent on it and there's nothing in it, that would be too big of an issue for CPRIT staff to be, to be pursuing on its own, particularly after this discussion.
I don't see why you'd need that. I mean, it seems like on the contract, you always have the right to renegotiate it.
She's talking about for staff.
Yeah.
For clarity.
For the Oversight Committee, yes, of course, you always have the opportunity to renegotiate a contract. However, when CPRIT staff, without having some statement from the Oversight Committee that that is something that they're willing to entertain, right now, we can't bind you and say, sign this contract, yes, we'll renegotiate it, because I don't know that, the people who will be sitting here, if it's not all of you, will agree on that. But that can be easily accomplished through something other than even terms in a contract. I mean, we can put it as an administrative statement.
So, Kristen, what you're saying is it's not so much that you need something in the contract that says we can renegotiate it, which I wouldn't normally see. I mean, it's an agreement to agree, and I don't really see any reason to put it in the contract. But what you're asking for is some kind of guidance from the Oversight Committee that authorizes staff to renegotiate. Is that correct?
Exactly, sometime in the future.
Not to complicate it too much for additionally, but Tom, the reason that you had the buyout in the first place was because you thought that was important to have for companies to see that they had a path to additional funding. Is that... otherwise, why would we?
Yes. Essentially, as soon as you begin to pile up royalties on top of a product, you make the product less attractive and you make it less profitable.
But you know what might happen is, just theoretically, somebody comes in, wants to invest $1 billion in this project, and they say, we're only willing to do that, state of Texas, if you're willing to drop your royalty from 2% to 1%. And that's a condition of this deal. It's not worth $1 billion to us unless you're willing to reduce your interest. And we then look at, what's the fair market saying about the value of our investment, and we make a decision. So if we can just reserve the right to negotiate in the future so that we can get a fair market value of our interest, whatever that is and whenever that happens. And I don't know, Chris.
But that would require us to eliminate the buyout clause, though, right?
Right.
Yes.
So,
Okay.
Kristen, if we eliminate the buyout clause, that preserves that right for future negotiation. So I would suggest that you eliminate the buyout clause.
And the question, Tom, does that
Yeah.
affect the marketability of our funds to the people that we want to attract?
It probably does, but the question is to a significant extent or not. I think that my opinion, from what I've seen, is that given 4% that declines down to 2%, that's still pretty attractive money. That's still a pretty attractive type of arrangement. Nonetheless, on $100 million of sales, you're talking about, at the 2% level, you'd be talking about $2 million per year. For a $1 billion drug, that of course, jumps up to $20 million a year that would be being paid back. Is that going to make people run away from CPRIT's money? I actually don't think it will. I think especially if there is the capacity to, engage in a renegotiation at some time. I'm a little hesitant about that because every company will queue up for a renegotiation. There's no one who's going to be successful that isn't going to come back at you, hammer and tongs, and say, listen, you're demanding too damn much here, so you give us our, you're simply going to face that. Now, that's of course a possibility. I do understand, I want to kind of be careful and balance a little here. I do understand the objection raised to the buyout clause as being simply too easy an avenue to return the state of Texas too little money. Without the buyout clause, we have a revenue sharing that, in the present form, goes on for quite some period of time, as long as product is sold, in fact. Is that going to bias future investors? It probably will, but the question is whether it will significantly. Will it drive them away if they see a 4% dropping to a 2% revenue share on this with no possibility of a buyout clause? Well, I guess what everyone's saying is that, well, we'll let them do that, but then they can come back and try to hit us with a buyout type of proposal. And we would evaluate, if we possibly can, what the fair market value of that 2% is. Of course, just a word of finance in here, and that is that when you go to figure out what the 2% is worth, you have to make a lot of assumptions about the product, the degree of its market penetration, the pricing of the product, and everything else. That entails an awful lot of assumptions. So you're going to be in a position where someone's going to be called upon to do a lot of guesswork at some point in the future. As long as you understand that, guesswork, of course, is what venture capitalists do all day long. So,
but going from 2%, from 4% to 2%, means you've already recouped double your money, which means you have a revenue stream.
Oh, yeah, well, that would, yes.
We already have a revenue stream, so then it becomes the predictability of, is that going to reoccur and for how long, and has it got a decline curve in other drugs?
So my sense is that you would consider this renegotiation only when product is being sold. Is that correct? No, it isn't.
I think it could come anytime if you're an early investor in anything, as a company grows, you're often confronted with the later investors wanting to
buy you
out.
What happens, for example, when we go back to the companies with the 4% and the 2%, and they say, hey, we want to negotiate the buyout clause today? What would you give them as a buyout clause?
We're not interested in talking about it today.
Well,
right.
Okay. Okay. But you see the problem. The problem is that in 6 months they can come back.
In that situation, I probably would say, let's negotiate it. I want all the money that CPRIT invested in you back, along with some reasonable interest. We don't know. It's not a home run at that point in time. And we makes our money available for another grant to someone else.
Well, that's what we sought to do with the buyout clause.
Yeah.
Well, but instead of coming up with an arbitrary 90% number, we'll seek to get fair market value for our
Yeah,
interest.
I mean, it's just going to play out, right? Basically, it'll play out in the market, because really what's going to happen is somebody else is going to come in and they're going to say that our interest is too high, and then they're going to want to buy us out. And at that point, you'll have an idea what the market is. And that's really what you're saying.
The only thing I'm sorry, but I have to disagree with that, because this will be way in advance of any type of product sales. And so, in fact, we will not have an idea of what the total market is, nor what the value of 2% royalty is going to be.
The investor that's coming in will make some sort of calculation of what they think that is, and attach some sort of risk factor to it.
And generally, we
Otherwise-
probably would say that we're maybe not interested until we're further down the line and you wouldn't know. And really, it seems like, and again, I appreciate that, but I don't live in the biotech venture capital world per se, but I think we've already given them a very, very good deal by having a 4% going to 2% once they've paid back some
Twofold of their contract.
money, so
Yes.
twofold, whatever. So that's already a very powerful discount that it seems to me is better than anything that would be out there, right? That's
Oh, I think it would still be. I think it would still be rather attractive.
yeah. I would be inclined to take the discount from 4 to 2 out of the dang 2, but we're not maybe quite there yet.
I don't know that I understood that. To take the.
I was just making the point that I think my personal view is that it would be good to take the buyout away and disclaiming a little bit of ignorance of the details of the market, even taking the 4% to 2% discount based on a 2 times return of what our investment was, seems very generous. In other words, again, appreciating, you're saying that's very attractive and that's good and that's what it takes to get people to close, maybe, but I'm just making the point that that seems very generous. And in some ways, I would think that we could say that the price of our money is 4% return, if that's something that is acceptable in the market at the early stage, and there's no other there is no conversion. So you're telling us that to really attract the companies, that's an important element you've decided, you reflected on, and you've talked to companies, and it goes from 4 to 2, and so far we really haven't decided or talked about that as how generous is that. But I was just making the point that's also in this discussion, which we haven't really talked about, but could. What's your sense of that? Is that a must-have as you have a
Well, no, I think that I think it would be acceptable to the vast majority of companies to just simply get rid of the buyout clause and do 4%, declining then to 2% with twofold.
Why would you do? So how? What would
now?
You said the vast majority would accept that. How would the vast majority also accept no buyout clause and a 4% license fee and no discussion of a discount on payback?
Oh, I see. So it would be 4% forever.
Forever. And then if they want to come back and negotiate, that's a different conversation. That's the conversation we're having. But I'm just wondering if you're telling us that to be commercially viable in this ecosystem, for CPRIT to be commercially viable is long term, but for us to be viable, do we have to have that? Is that part of anybody else's venture capital kind of?
Well, if we include the stacking provisions, I think that it becomes a lot more attractive. Because, for example, a lot of these companies are going to have a 5%, 6%, 7% royalty burden on the product right now. A 5% burden on their royalty product will stack us down from 4 to 2.
By that third piece,
That's the royalty stacking provision that I was talking about. So given the royalty stacking provision, I think that gives them a considerable amount of relief there. We could eliminate also the decline in that percentage return from 4 to 2. Leave it at stock 4%, and that's that.
Because if I do this right, you saying that, let's say a company is at 4, they could have some stacking that reduces to 2. Let's say they pay back their 2 times the investment, so they're at 2, and then they stack, and then we're at 1%.
That's correct. They could stack down to
1% and never have a buyout discussion at all. And I'm just wondering if we're building in a lot of discount mechanisms for, and I'm saying,
well, the effort here was to make it attractive, and that is the balance between fair return and attractiveness.
Have we ever had any companies turn us down, I guess, historically, that have received an award? I mean, maybe we have had one who's decided not to relocate, excuse me.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Pronai, in fact, turned us down. They had multiple different reasons.
That was the one that was going to translocate?
They had multiple, yes, they're up in Michigan, as I understand, and they had multiple reasons for it. They thought that the buyout clause was onerous, in fact, as I recall, from their communication. But they were also, I think, they had recently raised $60 million up there.
They weren't going to cut.
No, so everything
And so,
changed when you had $60 million in your pocket.
I think that's certainly true, yes. To summarize and maybe suggest, what I'm hearing saying is that I think we'll probably need a vote on it, but the Oversight Committee is suggesting here that the buyout clause be eliminated, and in fact the discount from 4 to 2% also be eliminated. Is that correct?
Well, I just laid that out there with the brothers. That was just me wondering out loud.
I've got a couple of other questions. The stacking provision you talked about, can you just briefly go over that again?
Oh, sure, I'd be happy to. Given that it's a 4% revenue sharing that's
yeah, and let me
in
stop
place.
you there. Is that 4% of gross sales? Are those gross, not net?
There are some deductions that I think are in the contract that are taken typically. Generally they talk about net sales value, which excludes various things. But again, that was in the contract. I'd have to go take a look at exactly what are allowances that are given. But to talk about the stacking for just a second, if you have a 4% revenue sharing situation, and the company has, let's say the company has a license to the University of Texas at Austin,
right,
and that license calls for them to pay 5%. For every 1% of royalty that they pay to a third party, they will be able to deduct 0.5% from ours, okay? So paying 5% to someone else would entitle them to deduct 2.5% from ours. However, we have a floor that would prevent it from going below 2. So that 4 would turn into 2, essentially, under that circumstance.
There could be a situation in which, to reduce CPRIT's payout, some new funding source would come in and say, well, why don't you give us a 5% license fee, and that'll cut CPRIT down even more. I mean, it's conceivable there would be an economic incentive for new money to come in and say, well, here's another way we can cut CPRIT down. Is that possible or not possible?
It's possible, I believe, but probably not in exactly the way that you're suggesting. With regard to the stacking clause, we talk about a royalty that has to be paid in order for the product to be sold. So that would be something where they actually have a license to the product. Another possibility, of course, is in the existing adjustment that, in fact, is already present in the contract. And that is if someone pays for the development of the project. Let's say a large pharmaceutical company comes in at a late stage in the development of the product, and they say, well, we're going to allow you to do product development here, and we're going to give you X amount of money. Using the adjustment clause that is presently within the contract, that would effectively allow them to adjust down the royalty sharing. If they ask for, they would have to be contributing, I think, whatever that little equation is on the 3 pages that you've got there. On the second page, right in the middle, there's an adjustment equation. A company that did that and then was contractually entitled to receive, a royalty for that activity, for that development, they could in fact discount us. They could adjust us down under the present contract. So I think that the answer to your question is, yeah, they could. This can be manipulated in that respect. But again, this was a feature of existing CPRIT contracts, and we simply brought it forward in the present one. There are other folks who do not do it in this way.
Could you explain that further? I mean, you say it could be manipulated. And maybe following up on Mr. Montgomery's question, could somebody, if they just wanted to get rid of this obligation, is there a way to structure their contract so that our interest goes away?
No, I don't have it.
Let me,
I don't think you can make it go away, but what you could do is, if the future value of our percentage interest was so great, they could come in without us being able to do anything and say, we're going to contribute a lot of money to this project, and that has the effect of reducing CPRIT's continuing share, right? So we're going to load on some license fees or whatever we call them. We're in effect going to buy down CPRIT's share by investing more money into the company. So the 4% could get lowered, not just by the repayment of the grant. The other way it could get lowered is a buyout company comes in and says, great, we're going to buy down CPRIT share because we're going to buy extra licensing fees.
Let me see if I can make an example. I'm not sure this will make sense, but what if an investing big pharmaceutical said, we're going to want to contribute now to your company and maybe some investment, but we're also going to bring in some intellectual property expertise and by some researcher, and the cost for us to do that is going to be that we want you to owe us a licensing obligation of 3% of future sales. So all of a sudden, that 3% would be another licensing obligation that could be attached to that drug, not necessarily based on anything except some negotiated, something that the other company could put in, something like people working. Could be a cash investment, could be other things, could be something that's maybe a little bit hard to define. But then that license fee that they would then owe that company or that group would then be a reason to stack down ours, because that would be additional licensing fees. Is that fair?
No, I want to jump in because I think that what you're saying is not exactly accurate, with all due respect. Let's look exactly at this section D4.02. This is on the 3-pager that you had. To understand this, we really have to take a look at what the language actually says. And that is that, if there's any funding source other than the Institute, that would be CPRIT, but excluding the recipient and any investors in the recipient who receive equity, debt obligations, or other consideration for their funding. So if somebody comes in and they buy equity or they take out a loan or whatever, that is excluded. They would have, this third party contributes funds to the recipient's research, yielding or contributing to any particular commercial product or commercial service, and such funding source is legally or contractually entitled to receive sales-based royalty compensation with respect to such commercial product or service, okay? So the condition has to be, if you're a large pharma company, if I'm a large pharma company and I want to use this adjustment, manipulate it, Mr. Guerin, as you were thinking there.
No, you used the word manipulate. I was quoting you.
Okay, you were quoting me. So
when you said manipulate, that got my ears perk up.
Let the record show.
Let the record show. Well, no, I'll own that word because this is something that can legally be manipulated, considering the terms and conditions that are written here. If I'm a large pharma company and I want to come in, I know that CPRIT has committed, let's say $20 million. So I will say to the company, I say, well, I'm going to give you $20 million to fund the further development of your product, and for that I'm going to take a royalty-based compensation of 1%, 0.5%, 0.25%. So I'm going to take royalty-based compensation, and here's your $20 million. What happens then is that the adjustment factor that is there in the center is in fact in place. CPRIT's money X is $20 million. Y is $20 million that's paid by the company that gets the sales-based revenue compensation. And the factor of adjustment then becomes a matter of 50%, which is the maximum that you can do. So even without the stacking provisions, the adjustment can in fact be manipulated by a third-party company that would come in and want to limit the amount of percentage revenue sharing that CPRIT would get. So, ladies and gentlemen, this can be manipulated. I mean, I've just shown you how to do it.
And it says the above, notwithstanding the adjustment factor, shall not be less than 0.5?
That's correct.
More than 0.5 or less than 0.5?
It means less, because the adjustment factor is multiplied by the royalty rate. I believe that less than 0.5 is the appropriate terminology. So for example, if the adjustment factor was 0.1, that would take the royalty from 4% down to 0.4%. And that's what we don't want to do. The adjustment factor, if the adjustment factor is 0.5, then the royalty multiplied by it goes from 4 to 2. If the adjustment factor gets less than 0.5, like 0.1, that would take the royalty or the revenue sharing from 4% to 0.4%.
So this means that the lowest we can do is have ours cut in half?
That is the floor that is instituted here, yes.
Why don't we just say can't be less than 2%?
Well, you can certainly say that.
'Cause
This was originally written this way because on the previous page there was the matrix where this could vary. And of course, without the...
Well, you can say that, but then say...
That's now changed.
But it...
Right.
Under those circumstances,
Oh, yes.
too, because I read it the same way Pete did, that it was the opposite of what you intended to mean.
Well, okay, but, yeah, no, I certainly agree with you, and the only reason it was written this way was because of the variability that was implied in the matrix. What it says is, then the percentages in section D4.01A in effect at the time shall be reduced by multiplying them by the adjustment factor. That's the second to the last line in the paragraph there. So the adjustment factor is a multiplication factor that is taken against the percentages that are in place. But just to be confirming, if we go to a simple state where it's a 4%, we'll simply annihilate all of this and say it can't be reduced below 2%. You see what I mean? So I'm agreeing with you. We're in agreement, Mr. Holmes. We are in agreement, sir.
Well, Tom, in light that this can be manipulated, it will be manipulated, I think, at all times. We just left the door open. I'm at this point inclined to not support the provision of reducing or giving them a discount of 2%. One other thing that I wanted to find out is, at all times during our discussion of the subcommittee, we were talking about revenue sharing. At this point in time, we don't know exactly what that means. What is it? Net revenue? Do we have a list of what is excluded from revenue? Gross revenue.
That may be something you're going to have to come back to us with. I think you didn't have it at your fingertips, and I think that's the question we need to know is the specific details of what those exclusions are, educating for us. Those may be standard in the industry. I just don't know how that works, and so when you say revenue, I think we're all interested in precisely what that means. Gross, net, something plus discounts.
There are discounts typically allowed, and that's discussed in the contract itself. And, I certainly can come back to the committee with that.
Details.
I can certainly come back to the committee with that.
So I want to just pause for a brief moment and see kind of where we are. We have a series of motions which were presumptive on one construct. I think the sentiment of the board, if I'm reading it, and I'm not very good at reading the sentiment, but maybe my general sense is that...
Better than me.
What's that? Advil strong, WA, vitamin A. It seems like we're going to maybe want to figure out how to cycle back with another kind of construct here, unless we're ready to sort of come to something here and now. I don't know if it's break time and we should talk about that amongst ourselves and then see if you want to come up with something we want to do a motion on, or if it's something really we should just set aside for now and come back to. I don't favor that necessarily because we don't have another meeting until for several months, unless there'd be some alternate plan. But what are our thoughts here on how we should proceed?
Well, as far as the details of what the deducts are, perhaps we could just hold this until the end of the meeting, and you could get back to us, because I assume that's something you could.
Yes, no, I can look that up on my computer once I boot it up. So.
And Kristen points out that we indeed meet again September 3rd in 2 weeks or so. So it could be that would be another alternative, that we could just literally just bring it up in 2 weeks. So
Well, there's also, I think there's a closed session that's going to be?
No.
No.
So,
No.
well, what if we just revisit this in 2 weeks? What do you think? That way we can
No.
all kind of reflect on it.
Yeah, I think, Kristen, you're getting the sense of the committee to eliminate the buyback, eliminate the wind down from 4 to 2. And so if you can redevelop the motion, and then, Tom, you can circulate how you go from gross to net.
Okay. Yeah, no,
on
that's,
revenues, then maybe we can get, a sense of it. And we can always do it on that September 3rd meeting.
Love that.
I mean, maybe by the end of this meeting, but certainly by September 3rd.
I think that sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would sort of lean towards September 3rd only because I have a sense that we may want to reflect a little bit on this and there may be
No,
some
I
clarity
think that,
comes up.
I strongly suggest we do this on September 3rd.
Mr. Roberts strongly suggests such, so if it's...
Let us
it's,
collect our thoughts, get the information. I think we get a sense of the concerns of the committee, and let us repackage this.
And it may be that it comes through the subcommittee as well, Kristen points
I
out, which is
would
a great idea.
recommend that, too.
I just wonder if it's possible to, Mr. Goodman, in the meantime, is there any source of information that publishes, the terms of venture capital deals? In the last 100 deals we've seen, we see that these kinds of terms are in contracts, these kinds aren't. Is that market data? Is that possible to get?
There's an awful lot of market data out there. Typically, there's licensing and deal data. Now, how venture capital works is not at all by the type of mechanism that we're speaking of here, but really by taking equity in the company. So venture capital in the main is going to, accord a company a pre-money value, and then take the percentage of the company that the money buys, essentially. So it's not the type of deal that we work out here. I do think, I'll agree with everyone that this is something very worthwhile to be thought of carefully, and so I think it's a good thing to postpone the final decision.
I think we're there.
And we're there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And let's continue now, and we're going to go a couple more items before we go into executive session.
Yes.
And are you through with your section?
I am.
Oh, thank you.
Well, we wanted to talk about the two recommendations, I believe. Or will those be subject to later discussion?
I guess I'm sorry. So we could proceed with approving those, but all that contract negotiations will be contingent upon the discussion we'll have September 3rd.
That's correct.
Is that fair? Okay. Okay. So let me back up in my, from where I was. Excuse me 1 second.
About page 18.
Okay. So, does anyone have any other questions for Mr. Goodman? So, we'll note that Dr. Rosenfeld, Chair of the Department of the Public Product Development. Am I going backwards?
Page 19.
Okay, I was going to point out that I think Dr. Rosenfeld had commented on one of the companies, but I'll come back to that. So, all right, so Dr. Goodman, please present
yes,
the recommendation for
yes.
2 new companies. Thank you.
Then I would like to proceed to the discussion of the 2 companies for which I recommend that the Oversight Committee delegate contract execution authority to CPRIT's CEO to execute grant award contracts. These are delegation of the contract execution authority for these 2 companies, Ares and Myrna.
But we got to hold off on that part.
We're holding off on that one.
Oh,
We're
presentation.
moving to Cortana and
okay then.
we're moving to the actual new companies.
The new companies. Let me move ahead to the new companies. I apologize for the
No
misunderstanding.
problem. I'm on page 20 of the agenda, I believe, or 19.
The PIC recommendations.
2 new company product development applications recommended for funding by the CPRIT Product Development Review Council have been reviewed and approved by the Program Integration Committee. These companies are Cortana and Onco Nanomedicine. The total requested for these 2 applications is $13 $580,185. Considering first Kirtana Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, by way of an introduction, Kirtana is developing the first truly targeted small molecule drug for the treatment of glioblastoma and diffuse intrinsic pontine glioma. One of these is the most common and deadliest of malignant brain tumors in adults. That's the glioblastoma. And the diffuse intrinsic pontine is, in fact, an extremely deadly pediatric brain tumor. Kirtana is applying for a new company product development award to bring a novel first-in-class therapy from the laboratory to clinical trials in patients within 3 years. Support for Kirtana's drug development program fits with CPRIT's mission to expedite innovation in the areas of new product development and attract companies that will create jobs in Texas. Specifically, Kirtana is going to locate itself in Texas. Its founders are presently located in San Diego, where the company will operate its research facilities and create what we think are about 12 high-quality life sciences jobs and support numerous Texas-based businesses. This award is going to allow the company to bridge the translational research gap and address an important unmedical need in patients with actually devastating disease. If successful, Kirtana would be delivering to patients the first drug that both kills brain cancer cells, are responsible for tumor progression, and also, it is hoped, make more effective chemotherapy and radiation. The funding request here for Kirtana is $7.6 million approximately, and all of the detailed numbers are present in the memorandum that you have. This is going to be matched by $3.8 million from other sources for a total project cost of $11.4 million. To mitigate risk, of course, we always like to tranche things. We want to put this into tranches where the company is going to meet specific milestones in order to get the next amount of money. And the Product Development Review Council, in fact, has suggested that we mini-tranche this, that we produce a lot more tranches because of the startup nature of the company. Now, the milestones and timelines are described in the figure that is shown there in the memorandum, and also the first tranche is $2.6 million, the second would be another $2.6, the third tranche $2.3 million for the milestones that are described in that memorandum. The company, this is, again, it's a small molecule, it's a substituted guanidine. That's a specific inhibitor of the transcription factor olig-2. The company has licensed patent applications covering this technology from the University of California at San Diego, and they probably owe them a royalty on that too. So, you know, that royalty would stack us down. Right you are, Chairman Rice. The independent scientific evaluation found that this was a really rather attractive company, and they obviously recommended it to go forward. The company is strongly positioned for this early development work, but we want to make sure that that the tranching is suitably fine, or the milestones are suitably finely put in so that we can have good monitoring of that progress. Are there any questions that are related to Kirtana that I might be able to answer for the committee? Dr. Mulrow?
I just was struck by the summary of the independent scientific evaluation and the number of concerns that were raised, including, can I say these things openly that are in the book? The lack of expertise within the management team in the area of oncology drug development, the assumption about the need for a pre-IND meeting and unrealistic budget, the potency of the lead compound CT-102, and other things. So is this an unusual number of concerns? They were worrisome to me.
Well, certainly one of the things that we ask the scientific reviewers to do is to bring to the fore all of the things that we should be looking for. And so in this particular list, which it's not especially bad for a company at this particular stage, these are scientists and they don't have they don't have a history in drug development. They're going to need to recruit. They're going to need to recruit management and that does have experience in drug development. They're going to need to get regulatory professionals involved with this. They are still looking at a variety of compounds, a variety of different compounds. I don't know that they've really even selected their lead molecule. One of the things that we would probably do as part of the mini tranching is very early in the first year we would expect them to come to a lead compound that has a certain degree of performance that we would have to define. And in the absence of their being able to do that and satisfy the Product Development Review Council, they would probably terminate the further funding of the company. So all of these things are things that, now an unrealistic budget in year 3, well, year 3 is a long way out and they'll need to do some work on that. But bottom line is that the reviewers felt that this was an extremely promising line of study, that they had a very, very good proposal afoot, and they very much wanted to fund this. They gave it a very high score. These concerns will come out in the tranching and in the discussions with the company.
And the contracting.
Did that answer your question?
Do we know, are these, what score did this get? Do they get a 1 through 9 score?
Yes, they do get a score, and I don't have that score in front of me.
I don't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I don't remember. It's either.
Actually, I have it. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. Proceed, and she'll find
Okay.
it for me. Thank you.
Well, no, I was opening the floor for, or asking for additional questions that would be on Kirtana. So if there aren't additional questions on Kirtana, let me proceed ahead to talk a little bit about onconanomedicine. Onconanomedicine is a Dallas-based University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center spin-out. The company is developing a nanotechnology-enabled fluorescent probe to help cancer surgeons visualize tumors during surgery. Essentially, this probe responds to the pH conditions that are present within the cancer cell, and it becomes fluorescent as a function of that. So in the pictures that they offer in the application and in their research to date, the application of this probe actually lights up the tumor in a fluorescent fashion and allows the surgeon to excise the tumor really rather efficiently. So that's the wit of this particular proposal. That was, in fact, very much liked by the review committees. Of course, surgery is a major mode of cancer treatment. There's over 500,000 cancer resections performed every year in the United States, and a major challenge in these surgeries is getting the whole cancer out. Anything that remains is going to regrow and metastasize potentially, and so the emphasis really is on trying to get the cancer completely taken care of. Conversely, of course, if you manage to take out too much tissue, you can really debilitate a person rather horribly. So the oncologist, the surgical oncologist, has that as a problem, and it's hoped that this particular visualization aid will be quite an effective product in helping surgeons to do the very best job that they can. OncoNano is headquartered in Dallas, and it's going to operate in the UT Southwestern Incubator. Company is expected to, of course, create some high-quality research jobs and recruit talent to the state in addition. Their request is for a total of $6 million from CPRIT, and this is going to be matched by an additional $3 million from other sources for a total project cost of $9 million. Again, to mitigate risk, we're proposing 3 different tranches. In the first tranche, it's $2.8 million, wherein they'll provide or perform preclinical development, including non-GMP drug substance development and dose escalation studies. Tranche 2 for $2.75 million will include the real GMP production and an IND submission, commencement of phase 1 clinical trials. The third tranche, it's hoped that, which is a very small tranche, only about $400,000, will be to complete a phase, will be to complete a phase 1B and have a pre-phase 2 meeting with the FDA. Okay. Currently, of course, OncoNano is in license negotiations with UT Southwestern, and our funding of them will be contingent upon their having actual rights to the technology, of course, under reasonable conditions. Again, there will be a royalty to a university paid here, probably. So there was considerable enthusiasm for this proposed work, and the issues identified were, of course, concerns regarding the commercialization clinical market plan and the need for a competitive analysis. There are other types of tumor paint out there, and this would be competitive with those. There's also the need for them to be able to test this in different types of cancer and figure out what the metes and bounds of its utility actually are. So there were specific due diligence questions that will be raised with the company. We think that the technology addresses a very significant clinical need, and the successful development of this would result in greatly improved patient care. We think that the rationale behind this imaging product is compelling, and the development product is appropriate. The PDRC really endorsed funding very strongly for this application. So are there questions relating to onco-nanomedicine that I might be able to answer?
And I'll just reiterate that in the memo from Dr. Rosenfeld, who's obviously not able to be here today, he emphasized, as you did, the need to get the adequate licensing of the technology from, I think, Southwestern Medical Center before we'd proceed and
yes,
have that on the table. Anything else comment-wise or discussion-wise? I was going to mention that I think in the, I can't remember the exact number, but in this RFA group, whatever, there was 25 or so companies applying, and these two companies are the top two. I think OncoNano scored the very highest at 2.2, and the other, Cortana, I think, was 2.4, and others scored all below those. So these were the top two candidates, just to share that with the group, and notwithstanding the limitations that we saw and some of the comments. Any other questions, though, before we proceed? So we're going to proceed, and then at this time we'll ask Mr. Reisman to come forward, the Chief Compliance Officer, to provide certification of the award slates.
Nice. Thank you, Dr. Rice and Dr. Goodman. I have reviewed the compliance pedigrees for these two grant applications for product development awards, and I've conferred with staff at CPRIT and SRA International, and studied the supporting grant review documentation, including third-party observer reports for peer review meetings. I'm satisfied that the application review process that resulted in these two established company product development awards in this award slate, recommended by the Chief Executive Officer, followed applicable laws and agency administrative rules, and I certified this award slate for Oversight Committee's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reisman. CPRIT Oversight Committee members play an important role, as we know, and we have conflict of interest standards that we adhere to, as we've said. And we'll note for this, in this moment, the Oversight Committee members have reflected conflict of interest with application with OncoNano. I'm sorry, and I've got an ID number, but it's OncoNano. So in accordance with these rules, Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery are recused from the discussion and voting on this application. Are there any other conflicts of interest that we need to make note of? Seeing none, the Program Integration Committee has recommended two companies for product development awards. We'll take the vote to approve Cortana Pharmaceuticals first. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to approve PIC's funding recommendation for Cortana Pharmaceuticals, to receive a new company product development award in an amount not to exceed $7,580,185. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. So then we'll entertain a motion to approve PIC's funding recommendation for OncoNano, the new company product development award not to exceed $6 million. Is there a motion? So thank you. Second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. And we'll, again, note for the record that Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Montgomery abstained from voting. And then as before, we'll do a motion to delegate contracting authority. So is there a motion to delegate contract authority to the Chief Executive Officer and CPRIT staff? Negotiation. Contract negotiation authority. Thank you. And we'll note that Dr. Rosenfeld's memo, as we said, it would suggest that it's contingent upon the companies demonstrating that they have ownership of the license of the intellectual property, ownership or a license to the intellectual property of the underlying product. So is there a motion to do this contracting? Is there a second? Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So,
And of course, none of that will take place until after
of course,
September 3rd.
So, as is often the case, or as is sometimes the case anyway, the companies may ask for an advance, so we're going to give Mr. Roberts that authority. So he's notified the board by letter indicating that he seeks authority to disperse grant funds in advance of two companies we just approved. And so, are there any questions for Mr. Roberts regarding this request? Please.
Would you do that in advance of the September 3rd meeting?
No.
No.
Okay, good.
I guess in general, we'd say probably
I'll just no.
To be clear, advance, disbursement of funds by advance is only after a contract is
It's
executed.
way down the line.
Thank you for that clarity. Pursuant to the General Appropriations Act, Article 9, Section 4.03, may we have a motion to authorize CPRIT to disperse grant funds via advance payments to the two product developments awards we approved today, appreciating that there's never any advances until there's a completed contract. Is there a motion? Thank you. Second? All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
We're going to power on just a little bit more because we got an executive session, I think, right after item 13, if I'm on my after whatever, soon. So let's keep going. At this time, the chair recognizes the nomination subcommittee chair Ned Holmes to lay out the subcommittee's recommendations related to the chief executive officer's appointments to the Scientific Research and Prevention Programs Committee.
Thank you. The Nominations Subcommittee met on August 15th and discussed the Chief Executive Officer's new appointments to the Scientific Research and Prevention Program Committee. Nominations Subcommittee recommends approval of the CEO's 24 appointments to CPRIT's Scientific Research Prevention Programs Committees.
Is there any board discussion, or are there any questions of the CEO for this nomination subcommittee chair, or for the nomination subcommittee chair? Sorry. Any questions? All right. So, is there a motion to approve the chief executive officer's appointments to the Scientific Research and Prevention Programs Committee? Looking for that motion. Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So at this time, the chair recognizes CEO to present his fiscal year 2015 honoraria policy.
Members, I'll try and keep this very short. The honoraria policy for 2015 is the same as you approved last November for 2014, with one exception. That exception is the addition of a new position of Deputy Chair for the Product Development Review Council. Creating this position is necessary because the number of applications submitted to the program have increased, necessitating 2 review panels to meet several times during the cycle. The deputy would head up one of the 2 review panels. The 2015 policy breaks down this deputy's role into components to justify the honoraria amounts associated with the time commitment. The breakdown of those activities does show up on page 8 of the attachment to the memo, and I would request approval.
Is there any board discussion? Are there questions for the CEO on this topic? So I need a motion. We need a motion to approve the Chief Executive Officer's fiscal year 2015 honoraria policy. Is there a motion, please? So moved. Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, members.
So now we're on to item 15, which is take up consideration of conflict of interest waivers, excuse me, for Dr. Kripke, Dr. Lakey, the Oversight Committee member Will Montgomery, and Mr. Roberts has submitted his formal request to me for the Oversight Committee to request these 3 waivers. Mr. Roberts will explain the basis for these. Texas law requires the Oversight Committee vote on the requested waivers, and the chair recognizes Mr. Roberts for this request.
Again, members, the first 2 waiver requests are identical to those that you approved last year. The first one is necessary for Dr. Kripke to continue to effectively perform her duties as Chief Science Officer. The rationale and the explanation is laid out in the memo, which has been posted on our website and is public record. I think it's important to point out that regardless of the waiver, in granting it, in no way prohibits the Oversight Committee from amending, revoking, or revising the waiver in the future, including but not limited to the list of approved activities and duties of the limitations. The waiver is limited to the conflict of interest specified in this request. To the extent that Dr. Kripke has a conflict of interest with an application that is not the conflict identified in this waiver, then she will have to follow the required notification and recusal process. She's also required to follow all other restrictions and prohibitions upon staff activities during the peer review process. I recommend adoption.
Thank you. Are you going to present the others, or we'll do them one at a time?
I'll be happy to do them very quickly. Again, the second one is for Dr. Lakey. It too is identical to the one that was presented last year. Dr. Lakey heads up an agency that receives prevention grants from CPRIT, but by statute he is a member of the PIC, and so in order to operate as envisioned by the statute, this waiver is necessary for his participation. The third waiver request is a new one. It is, I'll give a little bit more explanation on this one. It is requesting a conflict of interest waiver for Oversight Committee member Will Montgomery. The waiver is necessary for Mr. Montgomery to fully participate in the grant award approval process. Together with the waiver's proposed limitations, adequate protections are in place to mitigate the opportunity for the award of grant funds to be driven by anything other than merit and established criteria. By way of background, Mr. Montgomery is a partner at Jackson Walker, a longtime Texas-based law firm that employs more than 350 attorneys. Mr. Montgomery's legal practice focuses on disputes related to the financial services industry, including regulatory investigations, enforcement proceedings, and internal investigations related to securities, options, derivatives, commodities, and futures. Mr. Montgomery does not personally represent CPRIT grant recipients. However, as was mentioned earlier in the meeting, some lawyers employed by Jackson Walker do provide legal services to 12 grant recipients, which are Rice, Texas A&M University System, the A&M System Technology Commercialization, the A&M Institute for Biosciences and Technology, the Methodist Hospital System of Houston, UT Southwestern, UT School of Public Health, UT Medical Branch at Galveston, Children's Medical Center Research Institute, UT San Antonio, UT Austin, and UT Health Science Center at Houston. Again, in order to approve the waiver, the Oversight Committee must find there are exceptional circumstances justifying Mr. Montgomery's participation in the review process. There are compelling reasons for doing so, and when he would otherwise be excluded because of the conflict. One of the principal duties of an Oversight Committee member is to approve grant award recommendations submitted by the Program Integration Committee. The statute requires a 2/3 vote of the Oversight Committee to approve a grant award. The vast majority of CPRIT's grant applications and recipients are academic institutions, including many of those that have just been cited. Excluding Mr. Montgomery from participation in the decision-making process related to grant rewards reduces the number of Oversight Committee members that are able to perform the critical task of reviewing information about potential grantees and the review process associated with the recommendations. Again, it's important to note that the Oversight Committee may amend, revoke, or revise this waiver. The waiver is limited to the conflict of interest specified in this request. The waiver is limited to the entities specified in the request and based upon the circumstances stated. If circumstances change such that Mr. Montgomery is required to personally represent one of the entities listed herein or to supervise the work of someone representing the entity, he will notify me and the presiding officer of the Oversight Committee. I recommend that this be approved along with the other two.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Any questions? So let's move through motions in the sequence in which they were presented. So we'd like a motion finding that exceptional circumstances exist and to approve the waiver proposed for Dr. Margaret Kripke that will waive the conflict of interest specified in Texas Health and Safety Code section 102.106, parentheses C, parentheses 3. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And next, we'll consider Dr. Lakey's waiver. Members, do I have a motion finding that exceptional circumstances exist and approve the waiver proposed for Dr. David Leakey that will waive the conflict of interest specified in the Texas Health and Safety Code, so referenced a minute ago. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. Motion carries. Last, we will consider Mr. Montgomery's waiver, and I'll note that he'll will not vote in this waiver vote. Members, do I have a motion finding that exceptional circumstances exist and to approve a waiver proposed for the Oversight Committee member Will Montgomery to waive the conflict of interest as specified in the Texas Code? Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Roberts, it's my understanding that the waivers will be publicly posted on CPRIT's website and provided to the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker of the House, as well as to the statutorily designated legislative committees with oversight for CPRIT operations.
That is correct.
Thank you. So the next agenda item is for personnel action of the audit of the managerial internal audits. Internal audits. Thank you. And so my understanding is that we do not have a recommendation for this internal audit person to consider at this time, and so what we want to do right now is to go into closed session to pursuant to Texas Open Meeting Acts 551.074 and to discuss issues listed on the posted agenda, personnel issues, as well as Texas Section 551.071 to consult with counsel. So we'll come out right now and go into closed session. The time is 1:47, and we'll be back in a little bit. Stay tuned after the commercial. Can we have a quorum? Can we just go ahead? We have a quorum?
Yes.
Thank you. We have a quorum. So the next agenda item is action on. No. Where am I? We're now coming back. It's 3:10, 3:11 in the afternoon. I don't think we're gonna. We're not gonna take a motion to repost necessarily right now. Okay. So let's move to the internal audit reports. The chair recognizes Ms. McConnell to present the internal audit reports.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. So I have a PowerPoint to talk through some of the findings and the status of the internal audit program. There are 4 or 5 audits related to the operations of the agency that Grant Thornton, our internal auditor, has been working on. You have 2 of the final audits, the expenditure audit and the third-party managed information systems audit before you. With the relation to the expenditure audit, there were a couple of findings, one related to invoice payments and not being paid timely, so we've addressed that. The other item was related to capital assets and not providing evidence of the assets' existence, so we're addressing that as well. In relation to the third-party SRA Managed Information Systems audit, this audit is done according to the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants Trust Service Principles, and Grant Thornton examined those that were specific to the systems at SRA, and no exceptions were noted during that audit. Are there any questions on those 2 operational audits before I move on? Next, just to update you on the status of the grantee field audits, there are 10 field audits that the field work are being completed, 5 of them, UT Southwestern, the Nurses Foundation, Molecular Templates, Texas A&M Health Science Center, and UT Health Science Center Houston. And then the other 5 are UT Austin, UT Health Science Center San Antonio, the Methodist Hospital Research Institute, Texas AgriLife Extension Service, and Rice University. So those are going to be finalized within the next few weeks, and so when you come back by November, you will have those final reports as well. Are there any questions on the status?
Any questions? So am I going to move to the audit subcommittee? Is that where we want to be? Met to discuss these 2 internal audits. We'll ask Mr. Angelou to discuss the subcommittee's recommendation.
The audit subcommittee met on August 7th to discuss these 2 final internal audits. The audit subcommittee recommends accepting the audits as presented.
Do I have a motion to accept the expenditures internal audit report and the SRA International Managed Information System internal audit report?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. It's my understanding that these audits will be posted on the CPRIT's website. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is there any explanatory comments? I know we didn't have specific questions, but I know that on the expenditures audit, there was a couple of little findings which I believe actually represented $18 in some nuance. Am I right?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts? So when I say that it's $18, we all realize that's nominal and insignificant in the greater scheme of all the dollars. But these findings in the executive summary say 8% or 6% could not be verified. And will that go up in the public and lead someone to conclude that there's some larger issue going on than something that's truly, we're going to say, nominal at $18? Is there any ability to comment or put that in perspective?
We can take a look back. I have to go back and look at the report itself, but
I'm on page 3 of the tab 13, and I'm just noting that's in the executive summary. And when I looked at that, I know we asked about that in the audit subcommittee, and we were, informed of its nominal nature.
Right.
But I hadn't thought about the issue of, it gets posted in the public, and someone might think that's 8% of some very large number or whatever. And
right.
so,
And I mean, here it's summarized, it's 3 out of 35 payments. So, that does become, sorry, in the slide that's before you, I mean, it's 3 out of 35 payments. So that is, and that was the sample size, was 35 payments.
Right.
So,
but so I'm just asking, we post this audit on the external website.
right.
And is there any commentary that goes with it to clarify the
There isn't, but we
detail?
can address that here. We could actually put that the reference that it is only 3 out of 35 payments, so that it gives some perspective.
And it's summed up to $18?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would just
Well,
think
and
that-
we do respond to how we're going to prevent similar problems from occurring in the future. I mean, it's a finding, and we have addressed it.
I'm sorry, where are you looking?
I'm on page 6,
Okay.
down at the, almost the bottom, management response.
Okay.
Again, internal audit reports are a tool for us to use. I mean, they identify problems in our processes, and we have accepted their findings as accurate and are taking steps to prevent the similar problem from occurring into the future.
Okay. Do you think that our management response would be enhanced or when we clarify by quantifying, or you're just not worried about it and we're okay with what we have? I just defer to your thoughts.
I'm certainly not going to say I'm not worried about it. I want 100% accuracy, but...
Well, no, I'm not saying it's not accurate, but I was wondering if it would be good to clarify.
I think the
at this late hour.
clarification, we can add into the executive summary that's in the front of the report.
Okay.
So that would,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Thank you. I didn't mean to, nitpick too much. Motion carries. Next agenda item is item 18, tab 14. CPRIT operations and services contracts. My understanding that staff seeks authorization to execute contracts for fiscal year 15. Services that some contracts include optional renewable terms, and that some contracts include optional renewal terms. Ms. McConnell, that's 5 to present. Even though there's 6 listed, it's 5 consolidated contracts.
Yes. And so I'll go through kind of the background. Sandra's handing out a summary page that I think will help look at the service, the award period, some notes about the contract, the annual contract amount up for consideration, and then the total value of the contract that we're talking about. But the first contract is the due diligence services contract, and we've had a due diligence services performed since 2010 in the product development program. This is a business management regulatory review and evaluation, and it's separate from an intellectual property due diligence, which is covered by the outside legal services contracts that are also on up for consideration. But this is an independent analysis of a company applicant's potential to commercially develop their proposed drug device, diagnostic technology or service. And the Product Development Review Council does use these reports. And earlier today, you heard Mr. Goodman refer to the fact that for cycle 15.1 of product development, 9 companies were recommended by the panels for due diligence. So this is the due diligence that is being referred to. For this particular, this contract, we've actually subcontracted through SRA for the past 3 years. We are now going to handle and manage this contract for these particular services as the agency. The option that we wanted to bring forward is that we would like authorization to award a 4-year contract, a 1-year base with up to 3 1-year renewal options to potentially 2 firms that conduct this type of service. Both, if however many contracts, but I would imagine it would be up to 2. Totaling up to $350,000 per year for both contracts. It wouldn't exceed that. We would divide it up. But also that amount assumes, based on a projection that Mr. Goodman gave me, of 12 due diligence evaluations being performed. If we perform 9 for cycle 15.1, we've already are almost maxed out at 3/4 of what we anticipate using in the next year. Based on the past history, the cost of each of these reports has not exceeded $25,000. And so that's where we come up with this $350,000 amount and kind of dividing it between a couple of firms in order to address any potential conflicts, which is why we also, when I get to the explanation about outside legal services, that's why we also have 2 firms, because of potential conflicts with the proposals that are being considered in the due diligence. One reason I'm talking about this kind of prospectively is because we are actually have the RFP for these services out right now, and we are waiting for proposals, which are due on Friday. So I don't actually have possible recommendations to discuss, but we would like approval to move forward because these services are critical for the product development evaluation process. On the outside legal services contract, this is for the intellectual property due diligence. That's part of the product development evaluation again. This is an existing contract with 2 legal firms. One is Vincent & Elkins, and the other one is Udell, Isidore, Ing, and Russell. Those contracts are divided $200,000 to Vincent & Elkins and $100,000 to Udell, Isidore, Ing, and Russell, and our general counsel, Kristen Doyle, works with them to decide who can perform the appropriate due diligence. this is an ongoing contract, so we would be exercising our renewal option for the second year. The other contract up for consideration is the pre- and post-award grants management support contract. This is to SRA International. We issued the statement of work on July 3rd, and they came back with a preliminary proposal of $11.7 million for the work that we have them do for the support services. And we've worked with them on that and refined it to $11.5 million, which is what we are seeking authorization for today. This does include their labor, which is about $6.6 million of that amount. Then within this, we also have them pay honoraria to all of our peer reviewers, and that's about $2.4 million. They also pay for the travel to the peer review meetings, and that's about $400,000. And then the peer review meeting costs, so getting the accommodations at hotels and then having the meetings at these hotels is about $635,000. So that's the breakout of those.
Does that get us to 11? Or something else?
Yeah, there is also their labor, and then I should have said this, their labor, and then they do contract out for some labor, and that's that contracted labor is another $1 million.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Thank you.
Could you speak to the $6 million that just goes to pay them for their labor? I mean, how many, I don't know how to assess it, but how many FTEs is that?
Is that also a software license, for instance? Or is that, you said labor? I'm sorry, Pete, I just wondered.
Yeah, this is the labor. This is just labor, and so it's
how to compare what we pay to hire our own people to do it as opposed to contract out.
Yes, and we have done that evaluation in the past. This is for scientific personnel that's on their staff, and that's probably about 7 or 8 FTEs roughly, and then there are editors. There's our IT staff that help support the programs, the IT systems. So it does encompass all of that labor, and I can get.
Is that company based in Texas?
No, that company is based in Maryland, Frederick, Maryland.
Do we competitively bid this, or how did we get this relationship?
Originally, it was competitively bid. I mean, we still used, they are on the General Services Administration contract, and so through the controller's Texas Multiple Award Systems, which is based upon that, we did procure their services through that program this time.
This is a 1 year. Previously, they've been multi-year contracts. We are in the process of needing to do a full competitive bid, and kick me if I'm leaving the reservation here. We're using this year in order to make sure that the services are tied up and in a position to be transferred to another vendor if they lose the big competitive rebid. And otherwise, we would be right now trying to rebid this massive contract, and we were highly uncomfortable with all the other demands on the agency to do that. So we're preparing to do a big, full-blown competitive procurement next year.
We met with them, and when they presented some months ago, I can't remember why they.
In December,
they were here,
yes.
And it's a very impressive group. I believe they have other iconic clients, and I forget who, but I want to say the NIH or somebody.
We're satisfied with our services, but since the original contract was let years ago, there are other possibilities. There weren't that many in this business that could have handled this. Now there's ways to break it up into various components that we need to evaluate, as well as perhaps even having a vendor build us a system and have us take it over with personnel. Those are just some ideas that to bat around in this next year, but for the short term, I think that this is the best way to set us up for a clean, competitive bid.
But would you say that we're very happy with their service in general?
We're happy. I'm never going to use the word "very" with any contract. I'm not happy.
That was dumb.
I'm not happy with any
It's a
contract.
stacking deal. All right, yeah. Your Honor, I reject that.
I like them a lot, and I respect
I
what
recall
they
my
do,
question.
and I think they do a very good work. I don't like the word
What I meant to
"very."
ask was, if that's $6 million is labor, is there also, I'd love to see the breakout just to sort of see how many people it is, because that's, I mean, you listed, 7 to 8 FTEs and some editors and IT staff, and that, I'm just thinking they need at least 60 or 70 people to make $6 million, or, $6.5 million or so. So I'd be interested to see how that breaks out, just so we know. And I was also going to ask, is there a separate software component to that that's also part of a fee structure? Because, again, I apologize for interruption, Pete, but I thought that's where that was going to go, notwithstanding the fact that you said it was labor, that somehow that might be related to a software contract.
It is not, I mean, they do enhance the system, so the application receipt system that we use is their proprietary system, and our grants management system was built on that. So every time we issue an RFA, they have to enhance the application receipt system for receipt of that RFA. Also, every time we make a change to our processes that require the receipt of some particular piece of information and on reporting, we have to enhance the system. So we are paying for that through the labor.
But I guess what
here.
I'm not hearing you say, there's not an annual licensing fee that would say, here's the, here's this application you use, and you got to pay us something for that every year, and then we pay extra for modifications and additions. I'm not hearing you say that.
In the past, so currently we are paying that. We are paying an annual licensing fee. It's at roughly $8,000 a month. But because this is under the GSA, it is not part of. I mean, I think it's incorporated in here, but it is not lined out as a licensing fee, and that's already been negotiated with the GSA and
okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? I didn't mean to dive too deeply there. So continue. I think you're on to the fourth contract?
Yes. So the peer review monitoring contract, these are for independent monitoring of all of our peer review meetings. And we've had this type of service in place since May 2012. And for this year, we estimate that there will be 86 peer review panel and review council meetings. So, and this will be a multi-year contract too. We anticipate, we want to award a 4-year contract, 1-year base, plus 3 annual renewal options. And then this will be under $100,000 per year. So we would like authorization to award up to a $400,000 contract. The final contract is the independent financial audit contract. This is a statutorily required report that we have to submit to the controller and to CPRIT's other oversight offices by December 20th of every year. We have procured these services from accounting firms that are also on the Texas Multiple Award Schedule procurement program administered by the Controller's Office. We also have to receive audit delegation from the State Auditor's Office for these services. In the past, this audit has cost approximately $35,000 to $40,000, so we would like authorization to procure a firm to provide these services for up to $40,000 a year or up to $160,000 for 4 years. Are there any other questions about any of these contracts?
Any other questions? Mr. Angelou, any comment as the chair of the audit subcommittee?
Nope.
Thank you. So we'll take a motion now to approve and to execute these services contracts as presented by the Chief Operating Officer and upon appropriate approval from the Legislative Budget Board. Is there a motion? Thank you. Second? All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, moving along. Thank you, Ms. McConnell. Item 23, University Advisory Committee Charter. Dr. Kripke discussed the work earlier of the University Advisory Committee, and Chair recognizes Ms. Mitchell to present the Board of... Oh, that's right. Sorry. The Chair recognizes Ms. Doyle to present the recommendation.
Well, and I can lay it out very quickly. This is the University Advisory Committee. They're required to have a charter that is approved by the Oversight Committee. So this charter has been put together by the University Advisory Committee. It talks about the reports that they will make to you. There's at least one required report by statute. I think that takes place at the first meeting after the start of the year. Certainly they can provide more information. So the charter lays that out. All that we need is approval for that charter, for the charter to become final.
Very good. Any questions, members? So we'll take a motion to approve the University Advisory Committee charter. Thank you. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. So we'll go on to item 24, tab 16. The Oversight Committee is served by another committee, the Advisory Committee on Childhood Cancers. This committee is required by CPRIT statute and has been serving the Oversight Committee since 2010. The Oversight Committee is responsible for appointing the members, and so Mr. Holmes is going to let us know about the Nominations Committee's decision on this.
The Nominations Committee met on August 15th to review the 11 proposed members of the Advisory Committee on Childhood Cancers. The subcommittee recommends that the Oversight Committee approve the members as listed in your packet.
Thank you. Again, that's tab 16, and we can look at those 11 folks there. And are there any questions of Mr. Holmes? All right, so we'll have a motion to approve the members of the Advisory Committee on Childhood Cancer. May I have that motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're on to item 25, tab 17. Mrs. Doyle is going to address the final orders approving changes to CPRIT's administrative rules. Again, tab 17, and I believe changes are highlighted in red. Maybe not.
That's for proposed rules.
This is the first of two actions that we will take on rules for CPRIT. This one is adopting final rules. If you recall, at your May meeting, you approved proposed rules for publication in the Texas Register. We also post them on our website. We send out a listserv notice to, we have more than 1,000 people signed up on our listserv, letting them know that we've put out these proposed rules for comments. We received no public input on them, no comments, so the rules will be adopted as published. You see that the final orders that we provide to the Secretary of State, and then they become final. I'm happy to answer any questions. I did provide the same summary of the rules that you had at your May meeting, just to refresh your memory in terms of what these changes were.
Okay. Any comments or questions? So I'm noting that there's a memo from the Board Governance Subcommittee Chair in your packet recommending approval of these. And if I don't have any questions, we'll go ahead and take a motion to approve the final order adopting CPRIT's rule changes and direct staff to file the orders with the Secretary of State. Is there a motion? Thank you. Second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And now we're looking at tab 18. And she'll present the proposed changes to CPRIT's administrative rules, and apologies, these are the changes that are in red. Ms. Doyle.
So this is the start of the rulemaking process. The action that you'll take today would be to consider approving for publication in the Texas Register 3 rule changes that we have. They're all fairly standard. One of them that you'll see, the change to Rule 701-35, it's actually a new rule, and this is a petition for the adoption of administrative of rules by a request by a member of the public. We're required by statute to have a process for somebody in the public to say, CPRIT, I think you need to have a rule to address this. So this just sets forth the process. The other 2 changes are in Chapter 703. Chapter 703 is the chapter that deals mostly with grantees, both the grant application and then post-award. The 2 changes affect grantees, so after they've received the award. One of them is provides some guidance in terms of the federal indirect cost rate that academic institutions are able to use for their matching funds. It just says in terms of dealing with subcontracted work that might take place off campus, the academic institution will use whatever policy they already are using currently to calculate the federal indirect cost rate. The other change that's made is a bit more extensive, or at least provides some more background, needs more background, and so I had provided a memo in behind tab 18. This deals with a change to our audit requirements. You may recall previously CPRIT, so let me take a step back. We require all grantees that expend more than $500,000 in state funds to receive a financial audit and submit it to CPRIT. For state institutions, we allowed them to submit the audit that was prepared by the state auditor. It was a cost saving, single-lined audit. When the state auditor audited CPRIT, one of their findings was that the audit that the state auditor does of the academic institutions does not actually audit state funds, state grant funds. It audits federal funds. So they, one of the findings was that we needed to address that issue so that the state funds were being audited. So we had made a change that required them to have a financial audit like the rest of the the rest of our grantees, and we received feedback about the expense associated with that. So we've worked with the public institutions to have them do an audit specifically of CPRIT funds. And so those are what the changes that you see in the Rule 703.13 is meant to accomplish. And again, these are proposed rules, so we will be getting feedback, if there's any feedback from the public on these rule changes. Once we get that feedback, I'll bring that to you at the November meeting, and you'll consider that before you adopt final rules.
Thank you. Are there any questions then? Hearing none, is there a motion to instruct staff to publish the proposed rule amendments to Chapter 701 and 703 in the Texas Register in accordance with the requirements of the Administrative Procedure Act? Thank you. Is there a second? All those in favor? All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Number 27, item 27, tab 19. Chair recognizes Mrs. Doyle to review proposed changes to CPRIT Code of Conduct.
These changes are ministerial. We, as you know, there are many annual reporting requirements for Oversight Committee members and for the Oversight, or for CPRIT itself. When the compliance officer and myself were going through the rules and the code of conduct to make sure that we knew when all the due dates were, we identified a couple where there weren't actual due dates. It just said report annually. It's easy to make sure that we are complying with the law if we have a due date in there. So we've inserted a couple due dates. One is for the report that the CEO makes on outside employment of CPRIT employees. The other is the filing that the Oversight Committee members are required to make with CPRIT every year that detail political contributions exceeding $1,000 to state and federal candidates. We've set that deadline for January 31st.
Okay, any questions? Then let's have a motion, please, to adopt the amendments to CPRIT's Code of Conduct as proposed. Is there a motion? Second? Thank you. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Thank you. I think if this goes on much longer, we won't have anybody making motions. So we're, item 28 is tab 20 for the Diversity Committee. And Dr. Mulrow, was there anything you wanted to report?
Just that we met on August 13th and discussed the agency's administrative efforts related to historically underutilized businesses. And we also received a report and talked about the programmatic ethnicity data and came up with some recommendations for things to think about to have diversity as a top priority for the agency. But there's no actions for today, and we're going to continue to have discussions related to it.
Thank you. Any other business to be addressed at this time? Hearing none, we'll move to the final agenda item, which is to, I think, declare that the next meeting is of the Oversight Committee is scheduled for November 19th. Next regular meeting. Thank you. CPRIT will circulate a tentative agenda prior to that meeting. The next regular meeting, I guess, is appropriate, of course, because we're going to have another meeting. There will be an irregular meeting on September the 3rd, and the Oversight Committee will discuss at that time the program's priority project. So if there's no other business, may I have a motion to adjourn? Take a second. Thank you all.